Hello, my name is Dallas, and I'm back with more Stellar Blade to start the New Game Plus playthrough. Equipment, currency, item records, character enhancements, upgrades, skills, and SP. Transfer to the next game. And we're gonna go ahead and try out hard mode. So pretty much the goal here is to try and get as far as I can, and then set up a save point
As of now, Airborne Squad 7 will exterminate the Alpha
in
Nation
the
of
final
the
camp so that I can get both endings and get the platinum trophy.
Of the Elder Nation. Pods entering atmosphere.
And I think I'm going to go ahead and skip every cutscene because nothing will pretty much change until the very end of the game. So we're just gonna try to be speedy.
(07531) pod landing complete. Removing physical shield. Opening hatch.
The hatch. Come on. Come on! Taki?
Eve, are you alright? This place is dangerous. Take my hand.
This way to the rendezvous.
There we go.
You take the left. I'll take care of this side.
Definitely seems like I'm still pretty overgeared for this early section.
Combat sensors. Great. Coordinates? The rendezvous point is at 2 o'clock. 400 meters in front of us.
That was close. Come here. Careful with your jump.
Now I'll skip everything I can. Might not save a lot of time, but it's definitely going to be well worth it, because I would like to be completely done today.
Great. Let's go. Thank you. There's more of them.
There we go. Accidentally, just random enemies showing up. There we go.
Before more of them show up. You secured. Rendezvous point in sight. Watch out for Gardner's interception.
I was pushing circle to run because I think another game I was playing recently had that.
Keep moving, Eve.
And that was not the correct button to push.
That was close. This isn't looking good. Let's go.
And made it to boss.
Is that
Missed my window for the fall there. Almost, and we got him.
It wasn't an alpha, but it was a strong one. You fought well. Eve! Get out of here! Jackie!
Nice quick opening section. And I should get my new skills soon, because I do know that there's New Game Plus specific skills.
Something is falling from the sky. A strange sensation. This must be Earth's rain.
We can admire the scenery later. We have a job to do here.
So ideally, I wanna do as little exploring or collectible pickups as I can, because I want to avoid the 100% ending.
Falling debris. Be careful, Eve.
Something.
The crustaceans type thing. They're common.
These ones are a little bit sturdier. Still not too bad. Guess I have to still get the codes.
Security code.
So those are kind of the only collectibles that I assume are required.
This is the legion that was killed in the final war.
There's an encrypted code in the memory stick.
It's a security code. A type of entry permit. Try entering the code.
There we go.
It worked.
Buildings are collapsing.
It's because of the city's unstable terrain. You'll get used to it soon.
Still seems like in general I'm able to deal these small enemies in one combo or one good hit, but they are more aggressive.
There's a legion camp in a place like this.
Yeah, the only thing that I really need to do as far as the general playthrough is buy all of my skills as I get them, and then that's it. Because I get New Game Plus specific trophies for buying all the new skills. But I need to avoid as many optional things as I can. Replaces triplet with infinite pierce. Didn't realize that unlocked another thing there. Attack power of infinite pierce, yes please. Then I need more points for that.
What's wrong? From here on, you have to stay alert, Eve.
It is kind of weird how they decide, like, some things I can skip. Obviously, the things that have gameplay elements, like getting out of the pod, I couldn't skip, but some of them it seems like it's kind of hit or miss. So, main goal is just to beeline it for the end of the
See
game.
the rapids below. If you fall, it's over.
Try to avoid as many things as I can, just in general. So it seems like it's kind of just a stronger version of the other one I had. I don't remember. I said. I should say that I don't know if there's anything special I should be trying to get. I guess obviously once I'm done with skill points, I can take off the training gear finally. I think we'll go back to the deluxe outfit. There we go.
Are other cities in a similar state?
By comparison, this city is looking pretty good. After the colony extinction, huh? Wait, there's a fusion cell. Oh, surprise. At least the fusion cell.
Fusion cell?
It's a high-energy compression battery. Thanks to that, Earth's night isn't dark yet.
Oh, it's the previous generation of the Infinity Cell.
Be sure to keep that. It's very valuable.
I do wonder if I'll just naturally get the remaining skill points I need from like bosses. Don't know all of the upgrades that are available in New Game Plus. Like, I don't know if I should be looking for drone parts or anything like that, or weapon upgrades. All the weapon upgrades are usually bosses, so probably not as big of an issue there.
We're in the clear. Where do we go now?
This way. There are traces of markers left behind by the Legion. Follow the markers and it'll lead you somewhere. You have to cross here. Do you see the ladder behind me?
And made the next camp. Still no spots to upgrade or check if drone has any upgrades. Obvious ambushes on the way, so we go.
We have to go through this building. Try putting the defense all you have here.
I remember this place. Just gonna do this real quick. I can't tell if that's substantially more. It does seem like it does way more damage to their stagger. I did get slightly lost. So I don't remember the exact path I need to take, but there's the marker I missed. I think in general it's fine to open crates. It's the lower spots that I want to avoid more than anything. But I also don't want to go out of my way for crates just for the sake of time. Unless I find out that I have a ton of possible upgrades I could be getting. Go ahead and top off my health. So I want to avoid things like books, lore, or just bodies that aren't clearly like health upgrades. Because I don't know if I can get more health or energy on New Game Plus. I guess this is the time to find out. It's not required for trophies or anything, but if I can get more health, that would just kind of be nice.
May your memories live on forever.
So there is new levels of health and energy.
A supply camp.
Then I guess this place could be useful for us.
That'll probably make it easy when I get to it, but I'm not gonna go super out of my way to try to find all those again. What other upgrades do we have? I apparently have 3 weapon upgrades on hand. I don't get any... Never mind, there is more potions. It increases the recovery amount, not the amount. So they heal more, but I don't get more. Drone did get more upgrades. I do have 7 modules already. Upgrades, the positron cell increasing the attack power of the charge blaster or a quick charge. 20% less time to charge all levels. Upgrades the firepower of explosive shells, increases attack power of them and their explosions. Let's go Stinger first. That is 6 modules for 1 upgrade. There is definitely upgrades I could get if I really wanted to go out of my way to grab some random side things, as long as I focus exclusively on like crates.
Yeah.
About yesterday.
Or the bodies
Thank
that I
you for
find.
saving me.
It's nothing, really. Though I have used up almost all of the exospine materials that I collected over the years.
Oh.
It's alright. It now means we can help each other. We can track down the Alpha Nativa together. And, well, I'd have trouble making it out here by myself anyway. If you can locate the Hall of Records, you'll have done more than enough.
Listen, don't worry. I promise. I'll make sure to repay you.
Okay. I guess the big question is going to be, do I think I need the health upgrades for, like, bosses? Or is it something that's just makes it easier? So far, nothing on hard mode has been too bad. But I've only fought one tutorial boss, and that's it. Guess we'll find out here.
Adam, get back!
Imagine a lot of things earlier on, especially will be easier because I have like burst attacks and attacking mode. God, let this guy go there. Go ahead and pop that real quick. I really don't know how to react to that car. And I think we win. And we got him.
Well, let's just try to stay positive.
Uh-huh, positive. Sure.
Okay. So generally speaking, it felt like that fight was longer, but wasn't too bad. It says I'm getting equipment that's labeled Mark II. And I don't know if that means that like it's a New Game Plus variant that's better. It's like combo enhancement. Okay, so the Mark II is just a definitively better version of the other gear because even like rank 1 is outpacing rank. So it's not quite as good as a rank 3, but it's better than like a rank 2. That's 21% for level 2 or higher, compared to 24% for level 2 or higher. So training gear is probably the only one that I could get a direct upgrade for just from looking around. At least until late game. Did I get enough skill points for another level? Ability? 6 is the smallest amount that I can buy by the look of it. So, no. I will say, with all the upgrades I'm seeing, it is more tempting to grab some things. But I still wanna generally prioritize speed. Yeah, it does take pretty much a full combo to take out these enemies. I wonder if I get any more abilities, or is this actually everything? Like, I wonder if I get to the point where burst abilities open up, if they give me New Game Plus ones. Did immediately get slightly turned around, it's fine. And we got all of them. If I see a fancy crate, I'll probably go out of my way to open it, just in case it's something particularly good. Another fusion cell, which is needed. Because I don't think any crate counts for the percentage, or if they do, it has to be a crate that had like some kind of lore in it. So I think in general I'm safe to open every crate, and also get the health or energy upgrades. I just need to avoid any lore spots. Those are the big spots that could mess up the whole playthrough. I know that some will be needed just because, like, I need passcodes to progress or things like that. There we go. fully remember the right way to go here, but I guess we'll figure it out. Did auto target on that one, but it's fine. I think opening up shortcuts is not necessarily a bad idea, if I happen to remember where they are. Again, while the goal isn't to redo everything because I'm not supposed to, having the option to come back for upgrades before the end of the game might not be a terrible idea. Because like, let's say, hypothetically, I only get through the space section today. If that were to happen and I had to go to another stream, I would probably try to max out my health and energy for the final boss. Just to see if I could avoid going through like the save scum thing. Because if I can beat the final boss on first try, then I don't have to use the cloud save to get through it. I think also robots are fine. And those will give me the jump pieces if I want them.
What was that just now?
It's a machine that collects relics. It's rare, so make sure to hold on to it if you come across one.
I think Omni Bolts are still useless to me. I wonder if I had like gotten 100% of like the body and energy core upgrades in the prior playthrough if they carried over.
Forever.
So one more until we get more health. Because I think if I had gotten all of them, I should have had like 2 extra, but I might have only gotten 1 and missed 1 somewhere in the game. I think this is... main story path somewhere this way. That looks like another upgrade there. Get the easy takedown there. Never mind. Just turn more and lower. Still doing a little bit of work. Pretty sure that's where I need to go, but I need a fusion cell. There is one right here. Yeah, I'll just try to grab this crate since it's vaguely on the way. And we got him. And most of those crates will be useless, but there might be like a piece of gear that helps me at some point, because I don't remember where I got the gear pieces that I have.
The road is submerged.
I know, but it's our only option.
All right.
I think I need to go to this body to get a code, if I remember right. And we're through. It is kind of weird how I just have to kind of nudge the door open. And up we go. Made it to the next camp. I should probably... I doubt I have anywhere near enough drone upgrades. I don't remember if I got a weapon core from the boss. And I did. I wonder how many upgrades there are going to be for that. Okay, so there is also these upgrades. Chain type, exo spine, so there's gonna be just better versions of all of my gear. So we'll want to equip that immediately. So 23% to 35, 27 to 40 for combo attacks level 2 or higher, and 30 to 40 if they're level 4 or better. I think I have enough skill points now to get one ability. So now it looks like it's kind of a little bit of a double hit. And we heal up.
Adam, I was very surprised when I first met you.
Why?
Back in the colony, we learned that everyone on Earth was completely wiped out.
I'm sure it must have seemed that way. But you can't expect Mother Sphere to know everything.
Then there are other survivors out there, like you.
Yes, but it's rare to see them. Earth is still pretty inhospitable to humans.
There we go. Don't see anything else around here, so I think we're good to go.
We're here.
Where's the transportation device?
Try activating this monorail panel. You have to reorganize the code in order to restore power.
Still don't fully remember how that puzzle works, but brute force my way through it again.
That's great. Try activating the monorail panel again.
I definitely missed some, like, energy or health upgrades. I don't remember which one. I'm pretty sure that there was at least one or two more back in the prior areas. But again, we're just kind of trying to rush through.
Then. After you.
I also don't know how much of a difference more, like, energy would make. Hit points would at least let me live longer.
No fun in that.
And made it to the next area.
We're here. Do you want to get off?
Now, I do kind of wish I'd remembered where the health and energy upgrades were, because I would probably go out of my way to get those if I remembered exactly where they were. I did also forget that there's apparently New Game Plus versions of the suits that I can craft, but I'm not super worried about
The
those.
Hall of Records is that way. It might be best to stay away from the water. Looks like there's electricity.
Most damage I've taken so far. And another upgrade. I was kind of hoping that last hit would have won it. But it's fine. I want to say there was like 4 or 5 of each of these core types here.
May your memories live on forever.
If I happen to find them, that's great. Otherwise, not going to be too hung up on it. And nothing else up there. See if I can spot anything off, or if I should just focus main path, and I'm thinking main path. I think was this way. Avoid the bodies there. Need a passcode.
How's
That.
It's not.
The security code will be in one of the Legion's soldiers. We have no choice but to search them all. Let's look for the Legion in the square building.
I think there was one back here I walked by. I don't remember where all the, definitely don't remember all these like passcodes are that I had to pick up.
I see a hidden note here.
Great. Let's go back.
I guess the only downside about me having to skip lore is I am skipping some skill points that I could be getting there. But I definitely feel like I'm gonna get enough from the bosses and all the enemies anyway. Especially if I go for like some collectibles like upgrades.
Shopping done.
The main priority is just Platinum Trophy. I'm not as worried about the new game plus trophies.
Just what you'd expect from a pro.
Also, if I wanted to like cheese the new game plus trophy, I could just respec my skill points into the new abilities, which gives me the trophy. Halfway to another drone upgrade.
Adam, do you meet airborne squad members from the colony often?
No, not really. Yesterday I just happened to be around the area. I've never seen such a large-scale airborne operation.
Why did you save me?
I'm not really sure. It just felt right. Like I was meant to. It's hard to describe. It's just a short, intense feeling.
There is a body there that I will probably try to grab if I can remember where it is. I forgot because I rested that I'll spawn again. That was a lot of damage all of a sudden. There we go. I also do know that because I'm not getting one of the endings, there is a whole section that I did the first playthrough that will be skipped. Because it just won't show up.
It's a bit too far for that. How about you try jumping and dashing? Just
Well,
talking to
skip that
myself.
there. I'm a bit surprised that it let me get away with that.
I need a 4-digit password.
Another headache. Okay. This sign reads time. Could this be connected to the clock tower?
And we got it. I would like to get that body upgrade that's over here somewhere. That is just a whole bunch more AoE spins, which is nice for the primarily AoE ability. Bodies over there. I think I needed to get like to the next camp, and then there's a side path I can take. Nothing else there that I need.
I can see the Hall of Records. We're almost there now.
A small item there. I don't know if Bitcoins do anything for me now. Don't want to talk to them. I guess I'll take a quick rest here. It'd use up at least a couple potions. Not like there's any major fights nearby. This is one that I had to come back for, which is why I remember it. Did forget that I can charge that one, but it's fine. Energy or health. If it's health, we get an upgrade. It is energy. I do wonder how many more of those there are now. Because previously I was able to get... There was only 2 that were extra. If it's the same amount, then that is a pretty substantial amount of health available. It's like this is the way. Grab the free money, and we go. It does feel weird to see things highlighted and then just completely ignore them. Remember, this I think was one I needed. Yeah, it was code.
That's the code to the power control room.
If I remember right, I think that one ability also counts as a level 4. That way,
Let's look around the Victory Monument first.
like that's all the random extra stuff around here. I think I needed to go down this way. I don't remember if it was first or after I tried to open the tower. Need a fusion cell for that. And we got it. I think that's the fusion cell, which I just slot in next to that, and then we can get to the next area.
Great. Let's find a Legion soldier with access codes.
Looks like we're good there.
We won't be able to enter without access codes. We won't be able to enter without access codes.
Is this the access code?
I scanned the credentials.
Apparently so.
We'll head down to the Hall of Records now.
I like to think I'm doing fairly well at avoiding random lore. And obviously I have to skip pretty much every side quest, both to avoid the meter building up, and also for the sake of time. Although I think if I get to like Spire 4, then theoretically I could go back and do anything without ruining the ending that I'm going for. Because by that point it would have already missed the option.
At the start of the 22nd century, humanity's right to life was threatened by advanced global warming. Having foreseen this, Mother Sphere ensured mankind could meet this challenge. The eons-long process of natural adaptation resolved near instantly. The body cell replaced the heart and made it possible to survive in environments without oxygen or water. Thanks to advances in biotechnology and nanotechnology, the inconveniences of aging and disease were a thing of the past. This created giant leaps forward in the development of hazardous industrial spaces and space itself. We can now withstand the crushing pressures of the deepest oceans and even exit a space station without the need of a spacesuit.
Didn't think there was anything in here, but I had to check.
Humanity's greatest and only hope.
This must be a video from before that time.
Hypercell. Is this what you're looking for?
Yes, you can extract... Let's go before the emergency power runs out. Of course. It isn't far.
And I think we're good here. Yeah, get rid of that. It does seem like there are situations where I could suddenly lose my health. That was a pretty big hit. Almost one though. In fact, I could just go to attack mode away now. Or do that. Another boss down.
You're gonna be totally exhausted before we even get to the Alpha.
I think that's another upgrade. It's either energy or we get more health. Another energy. I think that's 3 energies. I want to say there's 4 or 5 in this area. So we found most removed. It'd be real upsetting to get through 3 story bosses, then just die to an enemy in a hallway. Get this point of evade and move forward to get hit by that. Definitely don't really need money. Figure since this was out of the way, should probably grab it.
A flower that never
Ground upgrades, not a bad pick.
an act of mercy.
I remember there was something like way off the beaten path around here that I had to come back and grab at some point. I don't remember what it was or where it was. Enemies are definitely one of the things that I don't mind doing extra of, just because it's kind of the only way I'll get skill points. Robots also do give me upgrades for my potions, so those are probably good to go for. Because I'll just heal better. Don't want to deal with them. And I guess we should heal up. Definitely don't have anywhere near enough skill points. So we should be good to go.
Should we head down again?
No, just follow the path and go straight. We just have to pass that sewage facility. There must be a way.
I vaguely remember something around here, but I don't fully remember what it was. Might have just been a random lore piece that I grabbed, because I saw it when I scanned. But I don't think I need it, so we go. Knocked out both of them. I think I have to get all 3 of the code things here. Don't fully remember where they are, but I do remember that being a thing. It is kind of weird that Omnibolts basically don't do anything in New Game Plus, and they're by far the most common upgrade collectible. Looks like as long as I do like 1 flip, that's counted as a level 4, so I get more burst gauge. At least with that one combo that I frequently do. Quite dodge time for that. this, because these guys can be a bit spooky.
ID card. Let's keep it for now.
Hey, that's the ID card I needed. I think I need 2 more. Actually didn't realize there was an enemy there till I saw the ambush prompt. Robot over here. With another tumbler expansion, I think. I don't remember how many of those I need per upgrade. I was trying to finish him before that attack went off again. I want to say I remember one upgrade around here that was only reachable for a time by moving something into place. Activate the camp, but I'm gonna avoid resting. We'll check this for the weapon upgrade though. Okay, so one more tumbler enhancement. Then I get stronger heals. Wasn't sure what way I was supposed to dodge for that. I was not phasing him. Surprised they didn't get alerted by any of that.
Look,
And another one of these. And we got there. I'm assuming that's not one of the ones I need.
the lift should work now.
Pretty sure there was at least one up here, if not more. Since I have double jump, I should try to see if I can get whatever that one upgrade was
Yes. A
that
long
required
time
the
ago.
crane initially. Yeah, this is here, so I figured I'd grab it. And I think we go. Downside is kind of if I want to get the IDs actually marked, I think I have to rest and revive everything. Who am I fighting? It said I was in combat for a moment. It also does seem like that does a pretty great job of heavily staggering them. I do like how that one waited his turn. A little bit of overkill, but it's fine. Don't remember if what I needed was up here or what was this way. And we got him. This looks like one of the crates I needed. Guess we picked the right way. Don't remember if there's anything else here I should go for. There's a crate over there. A little bit of money, but so far nothing else substantial. Like, I definitely think there's enough random things that, like, these materials that I'm now getting aren't nearly as extra as they were before. Because, like, I think hypothetically almost make everything twice. But that would still leave me with extra resources if I were to grab everything. Okay, there was a thing up there. Actually, a couple things there, so maybe I grab those. Chance to restore HP for 5 seconds while guarding is an interesting ability. Let's quickly heal up. I'll try to get those last couple collectibles.
I have a question.
What is it?
The hypercell. If it sustained the Hall of Records until now, it must be a huge source of energy.
Yes. Even compared to a fusion cell.
Then, where are you planning to use this energy?
Oh, well, it's kind of a long story. But I can explain more when you come back.
Understood. Loud and clear.
Got all of the IDs. Break this wall if I want to create over there, and then there's a thing over here.
Another piece of mankind's legacy lost.
So
Let's go
we'll
where you
do
placed
that
the structure.
first. Wasn't gonna let me pick it up because of combat, so I had to fight them. Which is fine. That wasn't anything I needed. Meant to try to go for a counter there, but was holding guard still. And that's the main thing I wanted here. Got more health. That felt like a fairly large buff, and maybe that's just because I already have a big health bar. We'll say so far hard mode hasn't been too bad. There's been a couple spooky spots, just cause like took a really big hit and lost like third of my, or like 3/4 of my health, but nothing that feels like it's too overwhelming. And she's just extremely determined to grab that one ledge. I just kind of want to see if there's another crate or something over here, and it looks like so I think we're done there. But now we can go for progress. That's definitely the least helpful angle of the bunch. That looks right. make sure there was nothing just at the top of that structure I kind of skipped over.
Excellent. We're almost there. We'll find the Alpha as soon as we get through this place.
I imagine the only thing getting more energy would be good for at this point is it lets me save up, like, super abilities if I were about to get to a boss. But I feel like I get enough energy generation pretty passively that I don't ever need to worry about it. Like, it might let me skip, like, a quarter of their health bar, but not the most exciting way to have to fight a bunch of small enemies to build it up. Remember, there was at least one more upgrade here. I do like how much farther that goes now. I realize I accidentally did perfect dodge there. Another upgrade piece. I think when I get to the more open areas, that's what gonna be when I start missing a bunch of these. Because they might require me to go substantially further out of my way, which I will probably avoid doing. Those enemies don't have nearly as much health as I'd expect looking at them. Don't think I want to go for that, but I do see that there is another, what looks like a core up there. But I don't know if I missed the route to it or if it's later in. Like if I happen to get all the core pieces, that would just be kind of nice for a little bit of quality of life, but it's not gonna make or break the playthrough. At least I don't expect it to, unless like the final boss really just takes me down quite a bit.
Oh, it's collapsing! Do you think you can come down here?
Rude. This looks like where that core was. At least if I assume it was a core. And there's one. I think the main thing I'm hoping for is health. Energy is neat, but I don't think it does much for me. Because it doesn't help me build energy faster. I still have to fill up the gauge. It just means I have more gauge I can use if I, like, max it out. Remember to charge that one up. Gonna avoid the bodies, but I did see there was a crate. Nothing major in it. There we go. I think this was the way I entered from. I might have got turned around.
Let's take a short break here.
What happened to them? They just kinda curled up into a ball and did get back up.
It's not working.
We'll have to do this manually.
Guess we'll take a heal. Only down one potion, but might as well. And not enough skill points to get a new ability. But we're halfway to the next one.
We have to open the valve to supply water.
God, body blocked by light. I think one of these I needed something from. Like a code or something, but I think I'll find it later. Speed increase Mark 2. I think I have Mark 3 for speed, so my current one is going to be better. Yeah, 13% compared to 15%. I guess it is kind of neat that if I got the, like, level 3 ones, it does kind of seem like those are definitively better over everything I find early game. I'm supposed to eventually go down into the water and then raise it up. But I don't remember I can just jump down. Apparently no. Question is, I don't remember exactly what to do for the part, other than I know I need to find a way to raise the water. I don't think it's down this way. Is this a case where I needed the body because it had some kind of object?
That's it. That's our key.
Apparently it is.
There isn't enough water. Hold on. You have to dive down to open a different valve.
Might as well take the Bitcoin, but I don't think I really need them. I think the one in the water I needed.
We found the key.
Money and nothing else. I think we can ignore them. Just to be safe, I'll grab them in case it's like another key that's up here.
This should be enough. You can get out by going back to where you started.
Never mind, he said it's enough, so I'm gonna assume that's enough. Like, I don't know how much lore things it's gonna force on me, but I assume I'll naturally be skipping enough things that it shouldn't matter. As long as I'm not doing side quests.
The exit's to the right. We're almost there.
I think that puts me at enough for another drone upgrade.
We're finally outside.
And boss time. Also, apparently, we got enough for that. 70% heals for that. Do I go shotgun or blaster? Probably shotgun. There we go. Yes, I guess I skipped about a quarter of their health. my window there. Didn't see the dodge prompt there. And I'm dead. I definitely feel less bad about using those pumps now. I think I could activate tacky mode and just win. In fact, we're gonna do that. Didn't quite win, but we are in a pretty good spot. And we got him. Crit boost, another weapon core.
But you can just call me Lily.
And officially done with the
Just to
first
recap,
area.
You were in that hideout waiting for another squad to arrive for almost 2 years?
And then you met us.
Yes. Thank you so much. I've been waiting a long time for. It's been really
I
lovely.
didn't realize
It's
I
really
could skip
lucky.
through this by doing this.
You're from
Although I think I might have
Yes.
accidentally done it before,
Then
but we're
I
gonna
can
start
be your
doing this.
engineer. I will need proper
Equipment? Well, I did.
What is it?
Actually.
What?
It's called Zion.
Because I feel like these dialogue
We go
sections
there.
are probably going to be where
I have
most
a
of the
safe
time would
house.
otherwise be
Then
spent.
let's head there quick.
Probably even more so than like the
Like
cutscenes.
currently, Zion, it's Eve. So, please, help me save Zion. It's about joining forces. That sound good?
Yes. Thanks to T.
Maybe we can get more information.
Yes. However,
That shouldn't be a problem.
Okay.
I would definitely
can
prefer an
def-
option just to be able to
Well,
skip these, but
Alright then.
Yes.
this is fine. It's just notably more jarring how they just kind of cut into the position that they need to be.
Wow. A whole. It's amazing.
Even in the darkest times,
so, where do we...
no time for breaks. Typical Eve.
There we go. Can pretty much ignore everything in the
Portal
city.
is in the presence chamber. Follow me.
Looks like they built the city deep and high. Are all those walls around the city supposed to protect it from Natiba attacks?
The walls don't seem to be as reinforced as well as they should be.
Wow, what is this place? I wonder how the colony would react if they knew about this.
I wanted to
we
see
have
if I
go to the
could
presence chamber.
activate the fast travel points on my way, but apparently no.
Most likely there will be a protocol to rescue everyone. It'll be a big project.
But the only way it'll be possible to contact the colony will be to finish the mission. I hope that day comes soon.
We have a
I'm assuming that things like the codes don't change, so hypothetically,
situation.
I could, like, look up the codes to get all the treasures and stuff if I wanted those.
Chamber.
But that's probably gonna take too long. We gotta be speedy.
Eve, here.
It was like getting through almost the entire first area compared to the first playthrough. Probably did in about half the time at least. Because I know the demo or the tutorial area took me about an hour. Then I assume it would took me longer to get through the other area. Upgrade my weapon. And then I need 6 modules for that. I don't remember I got any of these. Looks like, no. And we're good on everything there. I didn't use any ammo.
Hey, Rael. It's been a while.
Looks like you brought guests.
Very important guests.
Go.
See you soon, Rael.
Welcome.
Let me
Adam, please insert the hypercell.
There we go.
Eve, here. Eve, Lily, this way.
Oh, it's so dark.
This is the hyper... Eve. Here. Try putting the hypercell in here.
For a minute I didn't realize that the skipping is working until I realized that they were actively jumping.
Thanks. Let's go back to Oracle and you can hear the rest of the story.
Ma, I'll thank you for your hard work. Thanks to you, the live, and my personal link.
That's great news. Does that mean we can figure out
All the Elder's energy is still...
who are you?
Ah, this here is Matt.
My skills are... However, with the power of... That's why I'll have to ask you, Aldous Lavoir, can we count on you to retrieve...
Eve, I'm sure it'll be of help.
Yes. We have no other. Adam, Lily.
It won't be easy. Make sure to be well prepared.
Okay. I don't know if I should activate the solar tower for the next area, because the checkpoints still count even without activating it. But I do lose the ability to rest unless I get killed.
Things can get...
Yeah, that scary looking guy.
I know he doesn't look it, but I have to finish the maintenance. Eve, can I ask you... I ordered a propulsion. Can you go pick up the order? Feel free to look around this...
Okay.
I'm going to borrow Adam's work.
All right, let's all finish what we have to do and meet back at the tetrapod.
You looking for Sisters, John?
There we go. We can pretty safely avoid all the side quests. Not this way. There we go.
Are you the owner of the shop?
That's right.
Adam sent me to pick up the... I'm here. Is it ready?
Uh-huh. It's...
Good to know. Let's see.
Oh, no.
Really? Then, in return?
Huh?
I think I should...
Do you want to give me
Actually,
the
I
full
think I
story?
have enough pumps to
Alright.
get me far enough in the game
When
that
I
hopefully
ran
the rest of
into
the shop
someone, the bike got
opens up if it's not
parked.
already.
A bike. I do have to go out to
Because I
the
think pumps are kind of the only thing that I might need to consider
Thank you
buying
very
in general.
much.
Because I'm not using enough heals for anything else.
Kaya,
Oh, what brings you?
the Southwest.
Didn't mean to do that.
Thank you so much for your help. I hope I'm not asking.
We all need help at some point.
You're...
Yes.
Thank you, Sabai.
Kaya,
Oh, what brings you?
Don't remember what that one is. Okay, so I can buy these. I only have 9 on hand, so I should probably buy like 30 sounds like a good number.
I'm lucky I get to see you so often, Angel.
Might as well buy all of this gear. And I think we're
You leaving now? Goodbye.
farewell, Kaya.
I guess maybe I should check the shop because I don't remember what they have. I think they mostly had outfits, but I don't need the info anymore.
Ah, Angel.
You don't seem...
All right, I've heard it before. I'm Roxanne.
info dealer.
Yes. Oh, I do like this, Angel. You really are my favorite customer.
I guess it lets me get the fantastic bait still.
Information is gold, silver, and jewels. Take a look around. For a cutie like you, I'm willing to go beyond my reach. I had a good time.
I didn't mean to leave.
Roxanne,
Angel.
I didn't come here.
I'm hoping these don't add to the bar, but I assume not.
Oh,
I hit
that's
the
certainly-
button again. Not seeing the bar go up when I buy them, so I'm assuming it's fine.
Roxanne,
Angel.
I didn't come here.
It's been fun, Angel. See you later.
All right.
Okay, that actually did fill up the bar for those ones. Only 1% though, so I mean, as long as I don't max it out, we're good. That's the one thing I want to avoid, is maxing out that bar. Because if I max out that bar, I have to do another playthrough where I do even less things.
No. This is more than just an upgrade. It's an evolution! Now try hitting the target. Great! Right on target again. Relax. Relax. Perfect.
That's amazing, Lily.
Colony Tech at your service.
Damn, kid.
It will be very useful for them.
Great. Let me know if you ever run out of ammunition.
And we turn this in.
I brought back what you asked for.
Great work, Eve. How was your walk around the city?
It looked a little sad. Anyway,
Well, there are still...
then when will you be ready?
Unfortunately...
Then I'll go ahead on foot.
What?
I can't just sit here. In fact,
You're one of a kind. Alright. I'll guide you.
Eve, please.
yes, thank you.
The wasteland is that way.
And on to the second area, which, compared to the first time I played this, is going to be substantially shorter because we just go straight for the main objective.
Eve, there's something I didn't tell you. It's about time the drone got an upgrade. Come over here.
Wasn't sure if I need to activate that, but I guess I'll talk to her.
I want to go to the wasteland. You just track down the material.
Don't really need to make these, but there's kind of no harm in doing so. Not like I'm going to be using the materials for anything else. I need... This is the only one that costs 8, so 20 modules and then we're done with drone. I'm almost at my 6th skill point for my next ability. Gotta make sure I grab at least a few of the fast travel things on the way. And we ignore any side quests. Like, I feel like it would almost be worth it to do the side boss ones, but probably not. Just because they would pretty much guarantee I would get the skill points I need. I did kind of forget that some of the robots can drop lore, so they could slightly sabotage me if I get too many. But most of them don't.
The camp doesn't have power.
Huh? Let's see. It looks like a good amount of the camps. I think there's an issue with this up.
What can we do about it?
This is gonna be tricky. Outside
I think
of
I'm
sight,
gonna...
there's a solar tower that supports energy links to nearby facilities. It seems like there might be a problem with the tower. We're going to have to go and check.
I think I'm going to skip the tower. Even though it's a little bit more of a risk. I can sell upgrade items that I don't need for Bitcoins. It is a little bit tempting to go for the scrapyard because I know I can buy upgrade materials there. Maybe that's the one out of the way thing I'll do here. Because I think having the option to buy upgrades if I kill enough, like, drone enemies is kinda huge. But I don't think the solar tower is worth going out of the way for because the checkpoint system isn't too bad. But overall, I definitely want to try to minimize the things I'm doing. Here's my 6 point for another upgrade. I want to say I needed something like 40, a little over 40 skill points in order to get all the upgrades. And I started with like 10. I still get the checkpoint and it still works as a active checkpoint.
Hello. I'd like to inform you that my mobility is limited due to an accident. I kindly ask for your assistance.
What? Who's communicating in the airborne squad channel?
Doesn't seem to have been
I do like how my circle ability with burst gives me extra heals.
It certainly wouldn't hurt to check it out. That is, if you're feeling inclined toward a little neighborly help.
Yeah, I'm pretty much going for this because it could get me just more upgrades so I can avoid even more things. I feel like the time that I can spend going for this will eventually pay off. Compared to say like trying to make sure I hunt down robots so that I get all the drone materials or something like that. Didn't mean to use that ability, but it's fine. Might have been a waste to use that, but I would rather get through that safely. Also, I think this is the only place I can turn in damaged weapon cores in order to get upgrades. So in general, it's probably worth it to grab it if I end up with any of those. And I am grabbing a few materials on the way there, just so I could buy them if I want them.
To all, at this time I have limited mobility due to an accident. I kindly request your assistance.
Obvious downside that it is me completing a side quest. If I want to properly free them, which will build up my bar. Again, I think the upgrade trade-off is probably worth it.
Hello. My name, as you can see, I've been involved.
I don't think.
It does seem like there is a New Game Plus specific thing here for the shop,
I will remain unable
but
to
I guess it
escape.
depends on
Please
if
operate
Bitcoins
the
can be
ticker.
used
I
for anything
kindly
else, or is
request
it just sell them stuff for Bitcoins. It is nice since I have double jump already, I can skip some of the things here. And I feel like because the whole last area of the prior playthrough was mostly drones, I probably have a bunch of extra parts I can sell. And there's some free pumps. just barely high enough to reach that one. I thought there was a third one. Is a ladder there. It looks like I will need a box to reach that one. It's just a little bit too high. They're not gonna give me enough, like, height to actually grab onto the ladder. I think if items didn't carry over, I would have probably skipped this whole thing. But because items carried over, I might be able to just outright max out some of my upgrades.
Still working. What a relief.
Looks like you're right. Well then, how about we go check on that drone?
Thank you so much for your help. Hello, Adam.
Of course, what's
Angel? That's the unofficial.
I'm Eve. What happened to you?
Hello, Eve. I am Digger. I have innumerable.
I told you this would be fun.
Adam, please don't. Eve, someday I thank you again for. I am willing to provide you.
Okay.
And we got the upgrade shop. And I did get a free skill point out of it. I didn't see Lily's bar show up or go up at all.
Well, maybe neither. What happened to make you like this?
I don't know. At some point, the eye, and at that moment, the.
Can something like that happen?
Apparently, for me, my exist. Typically, I use the time I spend.
I have damage weapon cores on hand, so we get an upgrade there.
Increase in service satisfaction detected.
I can't afford any more Tumblr expansions, but we got
Our
2.
relationship has grown even more constructive.
Also, can't afford any drone upgrade mods. Don't remember what the mind map copy does. Want to avoid the other ones. So I got basically 3 upgrade items.
By the way, is that even
One that makes my weapon immediately stronger.
This is a device of I designed
And
it to transmit.
Digger, you can't be serious. If you were to
2 out of 3 parts for upgrading my potions. Make them better.
Either my sentience will be, or Mother Sphere will. Preparations are. I must first acquire the solar tower. These locations are where I.
This is not going to end well.
With that, I think we're good to go, unless I just randomly come across a ton of materials. There's a camp over here that I should probably grab. It did go the wrong way. Like, the only motivation I have to do the solar tower for this area is that it gives me a fast travel to here. which is almost tempting. I think if I go this way, I get a mini boss, which isn't the worst. And we got it. Because I think like my problem at the moment is I can't fast travel, heal, or upgrade until I get into the dungeon, the next area. Wasn't quite sure how to do the perfect parry there. My new tower, or I'm gonna have a rough time getting to the last spot. Almost forgot about Tacky Mud for a minute. As they dropped nothing, but it was all over here. And they got me. I think I'm gonna take a regular revive, because that'll give me all my potions back. Also, apparently it started me right before where I fought the mini-boss, so I basically lost no progress. So maybe we'll skip the tower. I'll revive at the same spot, so we'll do that. No, so I guess I'll just go straight for the dungeon. They were almost a problem. So if I ever do get the solar tower, I guess I got another fast travel spot here, but for now it's just a checkpoint. Part of the reason I'm also considering is that I know that the final fight is here, but I don't think I had to fast travel to it. I think the ship automatically went where I needed it. But I don't know if it'll affect the camp nearby, but I also don't know if that matters. Yeah, those heals are pretty massive now. I'm nearly at a point where I can just outright top off my health. Got that could be lower. Also, I don't need cans, so I probably should just skip that entirely. There we go. On this path, I should be close. I don't think I need to do the side quest unless I want extra skill points. Or I should say, I don't think I should pivot when I get to it to do the side quest. I should just walk right by it. Like, I know it's not super far out of the way, but I think that's all I get from it. Here's a robot up there. I think we'll go for that. Those I can not quite safely get, but it is better. Guess that's not a robot I break. I was kind of hoping it was, but it's fine. I think it was for a side quest that I don't have yet. That actually looks like an upgrade there. Honestly, wasn't expecting to find any in the wasteland, but I did just randomly stumble on it. So I needed at least 5 for the second level of upgrades. It's a pretty big ask, since that's more than is in any one area. Halfway to another big upgrade too. just wanted to get rid of that robot on the back, and I'm actually surprised it did. I don't think I ever got past the drone that was there, or if I did, I don't remember it. I knew that there was a fast travel point somewhere near here, so I wanted to grab it. The fancy crate over there, maybe we'll go see what it is. I still end up doing some side stuff, but I don't feel like the things I'm doing are taking up too much time, especially because I'm just kind of blasting through them. Definitely don't remember this. Apparently a passcode one. I don't know if it was one of the passcodes I found or if it's one I never got to turn. I know there was a couple like that in this area. That looks like a body core upgrade. Or at least one of the two. Don't think I found this one. I think this is probably the one I missed from the first playthrough. It's a energy one. Say definitely the ones that give me HP are the more exciting ones, because that actually feels like it's going to have a more substantial impact. But I don't think I can complain too much about the energy ones. Skip the robot. It's nice that it doesn't look like I can take damage during that. We'll activate this, and then I think we just pass through here. I don't remember if there was anything good to grab in this area at this point. I remember there was a quest thing here. Those could be blown up. This I think was a locked crate, so don't want to go for that. Didn't mean to activate that. I was running and I accidentally hit the other trigger. Or the other analog. That did just kinda straight up eat half of my bar for that. Luckily you don't need it. Yeah, I think I was trying to lock onto them and also running, and it just kinda forgot that those two together is a problem. Other camp I can't use, but at least it's activated. Yeah, worst case scenarios, I'll get to the dungeon, I'll die to the mini boss there, and then I'll respawn at a nearby camp with all my potions. Eagle Eye Mark II, which I mean is technically good for the upcoming area. I just never used it. Even though technically a lot of my current things just don't do anything. Or when I'm in this area. I want to say there was another body core near here. Gonna probably avoid the trial things. I don't know if they count for a percentage, and I'd rather not find out. Especially because that's a side quest that I also won't be doing. Wasn't quite quick enough. Get through that stagger meter. And I did remember that, right? But I think there might be another one. Either there's another one, or there was something else in that one gated off area that I had to come back here for. Other body core. I'm kind of hoping that those 5, are what I need for the max. Because if I find out there's another bar of 5, then I could probably assume that they would want me to get everyone in order to max it. Can't heal there, but it's fine.
I can see the entrance to Altus Lavoir.
Are we going to need a security code?
No, but getting ourselves inside.
Halt, outsider.
And mini boss fight.
I'm Royal Guard Kriel. Do you know this is a restricted...
Wait.
Even so, I can't pull a fight. If you manage to defeat...
Well, if that's the case.
Only got 2 potions other than the other types. I did try to just kind of brute force it. And we're still gonna. And we won.
Very good.
He didn't get staggered as much.
It was an honor to spar.
We can enter now.
Yes. Altesse Lavoir has been no one has ever made it back. However, with you, I have hope.
So worst thing that could happen is I get down there and the camps don't work because solar tower, but I'm going to assume they're their own separate power source. Because I'm going to hope they are, because it would be kind of a problem if they aren't. Let's see if there's another core upgrade. Behind that one gate that I remember there was something I had to come back for. It was either a can or it was a core, and I don't remember which one. Feels real awkward. My lock-on does not lock on to the enemy. Because either this was a can or this was a core. I don't remember which one it is, but if it's a core, then I definitely want to make sure I grab it. I could have probably just scanned when I was over there, but I didn't think of it. I vaguely remember there being one where I was going for a can and there just happened to be a core nearby. Based on what I can see, I'm going to assume it's just a can. So I think we're good. So into the dungeon. I know there's no cores here. I don't remember any robots, so I think I'm pretty safe to just kinda blast through the dungeon without stopping. Didn't mean to hit the body, but it's fine. It didn't give me any lore.
From the outside, the ruins looked old. But inside, it looks so modern. Something about this feels off to me. The time period doesn't seem to line up at all.
I feel the same.
On the floor. Step back.
worked out.
Well, that's one way to greet people.
Fire bad. Really use a camp. Thought I heard something back there.
It's an AT.
And made it through.
There's a camp.
Looks like this one works. I wanna check something. Gonna go ahead and buy all of these. I don't think I'll need all of these, but I figure I might as well put myself at like 50. And let's buy a new skill. Increases melee attack power, attack speed, and duration. Increase my AoE. I think I'll go for the buff next because I have been at least trying to use it. And duration is still kind of a problem. It just kind of walk right into that one. I also did not rest. So it instantly kind of worked out. I would have been running into the next area with no potions. Also, barely missed the button there. Bye.
It can only be opened with the remote panel. There should be one in the control room.
Yep. More free ammo. I'm actually not using a whole lot. I think I have to avoid fire, so like this.
It's open. Let's head to the gates.
That's probably lore, so let's not do that. And another free refill. That was a misstep.
Maybe the pattern under your feet is a hint. Great. Let's move to the next area.
And we made it through. I did forget that there was lasers at the end of that, and that was the whole reason I needed to keep the pattern. So I almost considered trying to skip part of it with double jump, but luckily I didn't. Don't think I'm down too much health, but might as well.
I'm detecting a fusion cell in that generator. Let's get it out of there.
Gotta remember how to start the laser puzzle up here, I think. I guess that is an explosive on their hip that I just kind of never, or accidentally shot a bunch of times. But now that I'm actually looking at it, it seems like that is what that is. So far I've not gotten anything really good out of these. They give me some resources occasionally, but nothing that I can't buy with my obscene amount of gold. There we go. Looks like nothing else here. I think that was supposed to be my way back down, but I accidentally... I guess I haven't activated the puzzle yet. I did see a door open. I didn't see where the door was. I guess I needed to go further this way. I thought I went all the way around, which is why I jumped down. Another drone upgrade. There's that one. Any more? Looks like it now. There's my way back down. At least the intended one.
Whoa! The test subjects are alive!
Try to get my free experience here. Doesn't take too much to get rid of them. Especially if they happen to be in the line of the laser. That might have been a small problem, but we got him. Almost up to 5 skill points. Can't tell if I'm getting a lot out of this. I want to move this one half of this. So remember I can take out the one that's in the glass there. Yeah, we got him. Kinda forgot there was one over there. Thought I got all those. I don't think I need the one that's in the glass. I think it just might be nice. Or it can be. Like if I want to break everything else without any risk. Already in a position where I can move this into place. Yeah, we got it.
success.
Basically made it. I think I'm almost done with this. I don't think there was a whole lot more to this dungeon after this.
This lab, do you think humans use this facility to study Nativas? Or...
Yes, they might have done, Lily. After all, knowing your enemy is often the first step towards defeating them. But this place seems more like a manufacturing facility to me.
Their camp. Still need like one more skill point, I think. Avoid the bodies.
All the lights are red. I have a bad feeling. Oh, damn. We're stuck.
Think slug is fine here, but later I'll want to swap to like shotgun, which is also buffed.
They passed through the lasers without a single scratch.
Good.
Glad you made it.
I guess those aren't counted as major enemies.
Done. The elevator should work now.
Yeah, we made it.
There's contamination here as well. There should be a weakness.
Don't think I took any major damage. How are we doing on skill points? Didn't mean to do that. Still need one more.
Great job.
And another big box.
Contamination is advancing here.
It's like maybe a drone upgrade piece, and it is.
We're almost there.
I don't know how many drone upgrade pieces I'm at, but I feel like I've gotten a few since I last checked.
The path is blocked.
I'll look for a different route. We can take a detour through the vent.
I think this is the one where I needed the body.
There's a security code. It will definitely come in handy. Try entering the code.
And
Worked.
we're in. Don't remember if there's anything major in this room, but I know that there's no body core, so I can probably just go. Best thing I could hypothetically get would be drone upgrades. Unless there's like random upgrade materials or like tumblers.
Come on, let's get out of here.
There definitely could be, but I just don't remember them. And there we go. Already full on ammo. It seems like all of them have an explosive pouch on their hip. Yeah, we got it. I still haven't seen anything great drop out of these. So I'm still just kind of holding out hope that maybe there's like a droid upgrade or tumbler. Those would be the only two things that I don't really have a guaranteed drop for.
Supply camp is here as well.
Because weapon cores are always bosses or mini bosses. So like I'll naturally get those as I play through the game. Apparently I never use that one because I never had an active camp. Only got 2 modules on hand.
The Naytibas here. They look almost human. These Naytibas are definitely different from the ones on the surface. A lot of them aren't even on our list of Naytibas. Elder, you're keeping something from us. What is it?
And back to full. Here's a robot. That actually, I'm gonna go ahead and just activate that immediately. Because as soon as I'm done with those upgrades, then that's just less things I have to check. This one max level was 5, but it also required way more parts. So I'm wondering if this is also gonna cap out at 5, it just requires less. Guess I'll get those slugs back. That is intended path over there. And we made it to the boss.
Be careful. They grew by consuming the hydrocell.
Can't seem to hit that one weak spot. Good. Wasn't quick enough on the charge. Laser. You have just kind of a big AoE move that I don't remember. Blaster might not be able to do a full charge. I think Stinger is going to be my go-to. Almost got him in one set there. Finish off the fight. And we go. Getting hit off screen by something.
Look, it's a hyperdrive.
Looks like we got everything.
I'll check the legacy.
Day 8 after the second. Legacy account Raven. Anis is in a bad condition. We discovered this laboratory. It seems to be a facility that's... However, I discovered before the war we call them. It was a war fought between humans lost the war. The few humans who did, however, and with mankind at the verge, the war with the native, and so during this time, from now on I plan to invest, hopefully at the origin point. To anyone who may be watching, may Mother Sphere's blessings be with you.
And first dungeon done.
I didn't think a record like...
And I never
I feel
learned
like the
about
big
anything like
time
that.
difference is going to be when I get to Great Desert.
The history of mankind.
Because Great Desert I went out of my way and got
I'll
kind of
retrieve the
stuck in
legacy.
like that rough city area.
Okay, I'll be waiting.
Where like Wasteland I still went a little bit out of my way just so I could get the upgrade shop, but it was definitely substantially faster. I got to the point where I was last time in 3 hours, what took me like 2 streams. Don't like how she's at 21%.
You did great, Eve. Shall we? Let's get on board.
Like, I feel like I'm in a race against time against her bar just randomly filling up. Granted, like last time when I maxed it out, it was in the desert. Which is like where we're almost at now. So like in terms of purely progression, I'm definitely behind in her bar. But it is a case where
To distribute the power.
if that hits 100%, then I'm in trouble, because that's the 3rd playthrough where I somehow have to do even less things.
Welcome to Lily.
And I feel like I'm already rushing and skipping through a bunch. Like, I've only done 1 side quest, and it was just because I wanted the upgrade. And it did in fact immediately net me upgrades. Got the main fast travel points open. I think there is a core in the city. Oh yeah, because it was for the quest for the turret that I get in the desert. That is for health. I probably won't be doing it, but I do know that it is a thing. Probably make sure I'm full on ammo. I would say if those ammo refill spots were more frequent out in the wild, I could see range weapons being much better. Because there's almost what seems like no ammo drops naturally, like enemies drop so few of them, other than a dungeon specifically designed for range weapons.
My eyes did not excellent work at it.
Let's go to the hyperdrive.
So next I think is Matrix 11.
Yes. What we're doing is
And
really
then it's on to the Great Desert, which then has another dungeon, then Spire 4, then the end of the game. At the pace I'm going, unless I ramp up my speed quite a bit, we're probably not going to get to the end today. I know those last few areas especially are pretty long to get through, and most of the time is going to be spent in those dungeon areas. We are still making good progress.
Now it's your turn.
Wait.
There's a sewage treatment. I am detecting the.
Matrix 11.
I will forward the map. It will guide you.
Thanks for helping.
Again, I feel like Desert's going to be the area where I save the most time.
I wish you luck.
The big question is if I do any more side stuff to top off my health is going to be pretty much determined based on where we're at the end of the Great Desert. I'm pretty sure we'll get to there today, but I just don't know how much farther we'll get past there.
The town seems different.
I see more people.
More signs.
I told you, what we've accomplished has been well worth it. I don't think we'll be catching any more sideways glances.
That's great to hear. To be honest, I was getting a bit anxious.
I'm heading over to the tetrapod. Why don't you take some time to enjoy the new scenery?
See, I think my plan at this point is, if I finish up the Great Desert and the dungeon after it, and we're at like the 8-hour mark. I don't know if I would be able to finish the like Spire 4 onward in like 2 hours, in which case I would probably pause it there. So I could, and then the next time I play I would top off my health and my I guess energy if I get around to it. Mostly health is the main one I would want. Energy I think I would try to skip, just by exploring the prior areas to get the rest of the body cores.
Eve, you're here. Look over here.
What's this?
This device, it can't reach a super. You'll find it useful.
Wow, good work.
I thought you were already out of.
You little brat.
Thank you for help.
And just one more. Can you turn around for me? Here. Done.
What have you done, Lily?
I customized the power district. Doesn't your body feel light?
Something does feel...
If you try jumping, I bet you'll notice the difference.
Okay. Should check how we're doing on skill points, because I did just beat a boss when I was close to 6. That's not what I want to click. Guess I'll buy these. They're limited quantity, and I would rather never run out. I think the revives are going to be great for just kind of brute forcing my way through everything. Should have actually probably gone for that. Like 7 more abilities. If I was counting right.
So, you ready to go? Matrix 11 is an under... The search perimeter is extensive, so make sure you're prepared.
All preparations are complete.
Finally. Look.
Yes, and if it... Alright, let me take you to Matrix 11.
There we go. I will say overall 40 to 50 hours definitely seems like a pretty good estimate, especially if I go out of my way for more New Game Plus stuff. And I think my first playthrough was like 35 hours in total. I thought I remembered something around here, but I didn't remember if it was a can or if it was a body. Not a body I want. I think we're good to go. think there were body cores here, but I don't remember. I know the abyss areas, there was none. And down we go.
Alright then. Let's go get us an alpha core.
Didn't remember if I needed to check in these, so figured I might as well just to be safe. I also know that there are definitely robots around, so I should be looking for those probably.
Please. I'm rebuilding the map data.
I'll go inside first.
That's definitely great if I'm looking at the shape right. But is it a good one? Random accessory for ears.
Watch out! This place is old. Structural integrity might be compromised.
Definitely saw a robot through there. It's nice that it doesn't seem like they adjusted their health at all.
Isn't that a nice surprise?
It's a lore one, it was a trap.
Why don't we keep that door open? We don't know what might happen.
Like nothing else major.
Looks like they used to work here. Let's take a look. Hold on. I heard something.
That went surprisingly well.
I've never seen an Ativa use a corpse as a post.
We'll probably encounter more of them soon enough.
I hope not.
And another shortcut open. I don't expect to get taken out by anything here, but just in case. Guess I should grab that crate. And we got it. I think the nano elements are the ones that I can upgrade the exospines. So theoretically I might need those later. Because I'll get a better version of my currently equipped ones.
How about you go up and take a look around? Hey! Picking up a supply signal. East, well done moving around.
tell if that's main path or optional. I've used no potions and taken basically no damage, so...
It's an ambush!
So that does actually take out both of them if I use that. More Omni Bolts. Guess free Bitcoins if I need Bitcoins for anything.
Here as well.
Yes. There are traces of survivors that live here.
I wonder how long it's been since the sound of a piano echoed down this tunnel.
Robot over there. That's a Tumblr expansion. I don't remember how many of those I needed. I think I recently got an upgrade for those.
That was so gross. Or I guess grosser than usual.
Looked like they slowly took over the train.
And we got him. A little bit of a waste of an overdrive, but it's fine. It's not like I was using those for much else.
This place looks safe. Let's rest for a bit.
I doubt I'm anywhere close in terms of skill points, so I think we go.
A close one. Too focused on treasure.
Drone upgrade was worth it. I don't know if I could have activated that earlier if I had to activate it there. Boosted guard and dodge. Don't want that. I think there's a password thing I'm gonna have to get here. Or fusion cell. Don't want the person there. Big damage while they're fusing.
That was tougher than expected. Are you alright?
This is nothing. Let's open the box. I need the security code.
I think I saw another road near the entrance we came from.
Grab the crate first. Looks like it might have to be that body there. Apparently not. Just to make sure.
I need the security code.
I think I saw another road near the entrance we came from.
Okay, that's if elevators, if I like activate and jump off. I'm going to assume it's this person. And
Found
it
the
is.
code. Let's go back to that box.
I don't know if I'll get her jumping down, so let's just play it safe. I have to wait for the elevator to come down either way. Got the fusion cell.
It's a fusion cell. There was a fusion drive upstairs. Shall we go?
I remember there were at least a few bosses for this area, so this was a little bit of a longer one. Even if it is a dungeon that's mostly a straight shot. I think I would probably consider this more of a dungeon than an area. Even though there is some more collectible variants.
I can finally see the light.
Leave it to me.
That ability is real nice for this. There's another upgrade. Or at least part of one. But is it energy or health? Health, so a good one. Grab this money, because why not? Guess we'll heal up. Only was down one potion and a small bit of health, but might as well.
Eve, map data restoration complete.
That's great. But the road ended.
signal is leading to the road up there.
Then let's find a way up.
Wait, you're really going there?
Guess I'll grab this real quick.
Are you sure about this? One wrong step and it's over.
I'm fine.
Out there is intended path, but I don't remember there's anything worthwhile this way. There's a robot apparently.
Eve, whatever you do, don't look down.
Yeah, we got him. There's some more drone upgrade parts. So the main thing I want from robots other than tumblers, which is probably the better upgrade. Crit enhancement gear. Unless I see, like, the training gear, then I think we skip it.
I see a rope.
And I'm not far enough in the game yet for the burst, so I don't think I'll be seeing the burst enhancement gear for a while, which would be the other one I need.
I have a bad feeling about this.
There's no other way. Stay close to me.
Oh! Are you alright? Let's go. It's collapsing. This way. Damn it. Run!
And we made it. Remember that one requiring weird timing, so I wanted to focus.
That's enough excitement for one day.
That was close. Thank you.
Wow, well, thank you. For me, I could get used to this.
Another crate over here. Given placement, I'm going to assume it's just random. Apparently it's a bunch of ammo.
Head towards that door.
It's a supply.
Let's take a break this time.
I didn't see how I'm doing on skill points, but I'm assuming I'm not close.
How far are you from the Alpha Core?
Hey, don't push me while I'm operating.
I know you're taking a break. Are you sure this is the right way. Maybe I should be in charge of navigation.
How about you do your job, and I'll do mine?
All right, stop it, both of you. Let's go.
Guess I should check. 2 out of 4 for the next one. I'm kind of just crafting these so I don't see the green icon when I'm skimming over this.
That's the train graveyard. Another tremor.
Let's go.
Wait, slow down.
And we got them. You kinda forget that there's a crate there. Seems like a pretty safe way to do this. And we got everything there. Grab this crate. Here's change for Adam. Does look like my big stab does some damage then. I guess they were just weaker in terms of health there. And we got it. Anything good? Not really. Few crates, that looks like it might be a core upgrade.
It's falling apart. Let's get out of here.
I feel like this is going a bit more smoothly than the last time I was here. But it wasn't much worse the last time. This feels like it's lining up better. Energy or health? Looks like it's an energy. Still hoping that this set is the last one for upgrades. So those are maxed out, then that's just another thing I don't have to look for. Thought I was gonna be able to jump on that.
Lucky us. I spy a supply box.
Yeah, we got him.
No such thing as a free lunch.
That's everything here, so we just go. I feel like we're almost to the boss. That looks like another upgrade there. That's definitely not them. Messed up my counter there, as is standard. Since I didn't hold the button, I just pushed it. Health or energy? Hopefully health, because then I think I just need one more. At least one more until I finish out this level. Don't know if this is gonna be anything good, but might as well grab it. Omnibolt, it's a sell item.
There's a road up here.
Speed increase Mark
The
II
camp up
though.
ahead.
16%, I think it's a 1% increase.
Let's stop. I want to take off my headset.
I think that's just another lore one. Was a little bit closer than I would have liked. Probably make sure I use Slug in the next one, because I've been accidentally changing songs, but I can barely hear them. How are we doing on skill points? Halfway to another ability. Any more pumps? Yes, there is.
Hey, wait. Did you hear that sound up there?
Yes, I heard it. Get ready.
That sounds like boss. Nothing major there. Go ahead and heal up. Play safe. Definitely have more health, but the fight itself doesn't seem any harder. And they got me. If I could properly parry off of any of those, that would be great. And we got him. Only used one pump for that.
Fantastic finish. A train on top of the left. This doesn't look easy either.
Let's go up and take a look.
Does look like the cans respawned. There is one very clearly marked. But I don't know if they give me anything now. Definitely don't want to go for those if they...
I think that lift was probably used to clean the train cars. How about we use the control panel to go across? The exit's on that side.
That's nuts. Find. Don't know if I need to clean it, I remember. Did forget that that was a thing. And that should be in a good enough position to see it. So we go. Scan to make sure. Nothing else around that looks out of place. Then if I can find another body core, that would be ideal. That'll probably be a weapon upgrade. Not enough to max it out yet. I could see that being a thing that makes a pretty substantial difference, is not having all the weapon upgrades.
That sound. It might be a survivor from the airborne squad.
All right, Lily. I'll hurry.
Lily, I need this communication line.
Oh, meanie.
What? You were the one that interrupted.
Stop. We've got to focus.
Yeah, so the way that they seem to be dealing out damage is the one thing I've noticed on hard mode that seems to be changed. Like, it seems like they're much more likely to take me out in one combo. Because I'm not going through my heals very quickly, but I am getting occasionally knocked out. Because it just seems like if I get hit, I probably end up dying. Thought that looked like one of the breakable spots, but it's not. That looks like an upgrade one.
We can go left or down that ladder. Should we take a look at that path first?
Think down the ladder. It's an intended path. know there's a few things I have to get here, like obviously I need to find what gives me the fusion cell. And a little bit since I used that one. But definitely seemed the place to use it because they weren't quite as grouped up as I would have liked. So,
Found it. Now let's go downstairs.
another suit. I'm pretty sure that's a core that I have to swim up to, if I remember right. Yeah, that was a lot of damage from that one hit. Go ahead and just do that. I did dodge the wrong way for that.
Water flowing.
A floodgate in the sewers.
We just need to find a way.
Found it. The floodgate controller.
Nah, what I wanted. Yeah, we got it. So now I just gotta make sure I get that core, otherwise it's pretty much a straight
Smells
shot.
like water.
It's that path.
Let's go back.
Improving burst skills. So if I upgrade that one, that's gonna be better than the one I have. Which will make all of my burst abilities better.
Well, it's flooded. I expected as much. Can you get to where the hazard lights are flashing?
More swimming.
Hopefully it's a body, but I mean, we're pretty close on energy now. If it's a body though, I can also see like what I have left, but it's not. Like, I have to assume there's at least an equivalent requirement for upgrades in New Game Plus. Like, I don't think I should assume that, like, if it took 18 to max out in the base game, I should assume it's going to take 18 in New Game Plus. That could just be wrong. Especially because 2 carry over.
It's like we're just going around in circles.
Or up to 2.
Don't worry. I'm keeping track of our steps.
We're good to res up here. And I do have enough skill points to get new ability. And I should check if there's more pumps. Main burst ability upgraded. I can't upgrade my exospine here, so we gotta hold off. I didn't realize that I have to refill those at a camp. And that's so it has 2 that I can hold per life, but I can go to a camp to refill them. But I have to like manually refill them.
Are the Nativo's going through a change?
So grab that crate. So far, crates have continued to be kind of the least exciting collectible to find, because I still might need them for upgrades, but overall they don't do much for me unless I find the things to upgrade. Definitely want to continue to avoid the bodies. Just play that safe. That looks like a core upgrade. Means I'm guaranteed to get a level of some kind. Either I'm getting an energy boost or I'm getting a health boost. Looks like it's an energy. Couldn't tell if that means that there's gonna be another one. I think I have to find another energy first. Looks like nothing else up there.
I'm afraid we have to give up.
pretty sure I need the passcode for that because it's a fusion cell. I think it's this person. Apparently it's not. Maybe it's a robot.
Always glad to do this.
Another tumbler expansion. And nothing else. That's the way I came in.
Yes.
You happy?
Okay, so it's just one of these. But I think this is a fusion cell, so I needed it. And it is.
I was focused on the box. That was bad of me.
It wasn't that bad.
And got everything we need. Body over there, but I don't think there's any upgrade ones. There's a robot. Don't be lower. Passcode, I'll take.
I can feel warmth from this place.
There's evidence that survivors were once here. Just as I thought, groups of survivors were set up here. From the looks of it, this place has been abandoned for a long time.
Then, why do I feel warm?
Well, let's take a look around.
Is this the passcode? Well, it looks like it is. Although nothing exciting there. Fusion cell is back there, so I can avoid all the lore. And more free pumps. Used a potion, so I guess I'll heal up.
This is...
It's a place to honor the dead. They're still waiting for the salvation Mother Sphere promised them.
Damn.
I want to send the memories left here to Mother Sphere. That's where they belong.
I'll help.
Me too, me too.
Thank you, both of you.
It's kind of weird that I can't skip like that section, for example. Seems like a one that just doesn't let me do anything. I think we want to avoid picking up anything around here. That's probably lore. Gotta keep that bar down. More drone upgrade parts isn't a bad find. That worked out surprisingly well.
How long do you think they were trapped here?
Do you feel sorry for them?
Stay out of this, Lily.
Specialized beta skills is tempting, but I feel like now that I'm building up burst with the combos, I should just stick with burst. There we go.
We escaped, but it's just another sewer.
It's like a Matryoshka doll.
Actually, what now?
I did accidentally go the wrong way. One more quick scan before we go.
Good. We secured a way out.
This is locked too.
This drone's hacking level is too low to hack the door.
They did manage to one-shot most of their health with that one. Realize that one's still there. Anything good in here? Not really. Alright, that was just a shortcut for this.
Things keep getting worse and worse.
Really didn't want to let me dodge out of there for a minute. That looks like an upgrade. I feel like in this area I found all of the upgrades, which is nice. I don't remember how many there are, but it's at least, I want to say 3 was the minimum I saw anywhere. And there is another level of those. So that means it's a more than 10 to max it out. with 20 total. 22 if I got every single collectible, or every single one of them in the first playthrough before New Game Plus. But I would kind of hope that New Game Plus doesn't require me to retroactively complete the first playthrough in order to max out everything, because that would be weird. Otherwise, it would mean that I would have to do New Game Plus of New Game Plus. Which, I mean, this could require 3 playthroughs, but it's not going to. Because ideally, we would first try the boss, or in a worst case scenario, it would...
Eve, over there. It looks like this old generator still works.
We would use the safe trick.
This is how we operate the lift. I hate things like this.
Why?
You've never seen movies? This is a classic trope.
Bunch of money and nothing else. Gotta make sure to not investigate any of the bodies. Although I don't think these can be. Whoa, we almost got through.
Let's try using the lift again.
I'm guessing if I was there longer, it would have probably spawned more. It does seem like hypothetically I can pretty much skip that fight altogether if I'm thorough with my ranged weapon.
It's a little too quiet.
Like if I notice it quick enough and I hit all the weak spots. Any goodies here? So 80%. I'm hoping it doesn't go up to 100, but there's a non-zero chance that it could. I did immediately upgrade the wrong one. Some more max, more attack power, and I get 75 energy when I use a level 4 or above. I don't know how much energy I have now in terms of numbers. I might have enough for a drone upgrade. I do. While I don't really like the charge one, if I can somehow manage to save up enough for quick charge, it might be great. Because I can almost never use the level 3 charge. But if I get level 3 charge boosted...
Yes?
Kill me.
Well, we'll find out. I wonder what it means.
It did let me skip through that one, usually they don't. What are we doing on skill points? Just one. Another boss. Just hop off my health and save. That was a very delayed hit. How did he seemingly get more health? Or did I just overestimate how much damage I did? HP. I think the percentage it's showing for the upgrade is actually like the percentage of my health it gives. So like my potions right now give me 80% health. Yeah, we got it. Didn't even use one of the pumps that time. Did burn through all my potions though.
That was close. That was a tough opponent. Eve, you okay?
Yes, let's continue.
Is kind of tempting to put on the even more burst enhancement. But I didn't really get a lot of opportunity to use it there. I wonder if that would be a trend going forward. Like, they would be great when I use them, but if I can't use them very often, I don't know if I want to throw everything into them. Let's go ahead and grab that weapon upgrade right away though. Also heal up. I didn't see how many skill points that put me at, but I doubt it got me 5. Got me 2. I will say, like, in general, side quests were by far the best way to get skill points. Because I think I was pretty consistently getting like 1 to 2 per side quest. So it is kind of a shame that I have to skip those. but also I feel like I've already got most of the abilities that I mostly wanted. And now it's just kind of, when I happen to use an ability, it'll get slightly better if I keep leveling. Should have probably figured that there was a camp over here, but I did forget. And nothing particularly good. Already healed up, so we can just go.
A lift route without an actual lift.
What?
Oh, nothing. It just has bad news written all over it. Damn, it's been flooded with water.
Again?
I will say shield destruction sounds kind of tempting. I am kind of hitting a point where I'm almost nearly consistently getting bosses completely drained on that. And it does do a pretty good chunk of damage.
There are 3 gates, and a bunch of other things.
Our priority is finding an exit.
That was the wrong one. Or right one if I wanted experience. Another tumbler. Yes, I'm guessing the max for those, obviously, I don't know if it'll take me to 100%, but it can be over 100%. Because potions can't heal me for more health than I have. So given that I'm at 80, the most upgrades I would expect would be basically just that last 20%. But even then, I wouldn't be super surprised if they cut it off at like 90 or 95.
I don't really know. I guess it just makes me think back to when I was born. Aren't the waters here on Earth usually contaminated?
Well, it isn't great for our bodies. As the dawn.
That doesn't look like an upgrade, but that over there does. And we got it. Still hoping for pretty much all health. I mean, it is enough for an upgrade. That looks like a drone. So the big thing is gonna be, I don't know how many Tumblr expansions can be hypothetically sold by the shop, but I could probably assume, like, by the time I get through the second to last area, I should have enough parts to hopefully buy whatever's left.
Just forget about the broken door for now.
I think there is a thing in there if I drain it out, but I don't exactly remember where I need to go. Or if I need a passcode.
It's blocked. We need a security code.
Of course I do.
That's good. We'll give this place a proper inspection.
You seem to be enjoying this.
Didn't you notice during your scan? This is storage for valuables.
Going to assume it's that person. Based on a very vague memory.
Got it. Now let's go.
Already? How about we look around a little more? Just a little.
I mean, what's the point?
For this kind of work, a thorough search is the bare minimum.
Hard to get just in front of this panel. Yeah, we got it. Guess I'll check back at one crate just to be sure. Looks like the water did not drain at all, so I'm going to assume that I can't get into that.
It was a waste of time.
A waste? Can't say it was entirely useless, though.
I don't care about that. I just want a bath.
Quickly top off our health, and we go. Regular person, don't want to talk to them.
I'm fine.
Run! Well, gotta love a challenge.
It's nice that they don't punch me for touching the side of the saws. Didn't mean to fall there. Looks like just that robot. Great parts. Will that put me where I need to go? Yes, it does.
This place, the air's different.
I feel it too. I'm getting nervous.
Looks like no side paths around here. I think I'm close to the boss, so I probably want to save up energy. Yeah, we got it.
Okay, that was close. How about we take a breather?
I'll hold on to it. Let's go.
Don't think there's enough for any upgrades, but I do wanna probably top off my health. If it's not already. Another upgrade part. First one of health, that's good. If I find 4 more between
This is an ancient water purification. Yes. We're
next
finally
2 areas, then that's at least 1 more upgrade before final. Although we might not find any in the desert because of how short the path is going to be.
Look.
And next phase. This might be a tougher fight. Wasn't ready for the dodge. And next phase. And she got me first. Down here, so we get the pump. And let's go tank mode. Yeah, we got her.
It's over.
Yes.
Eve. The subjugation is being lifted.
I've been waiting for this moment.
Now, you can rest.
Yes. My Eve. Thanks for freeing me. I have a favor to ask of you. My memories. Mother, Sphere. Can you send them to her? Will the memory stick be destroyed? Because it's already contaminated.
No, it won't be.
In that case, I'll be floating among the stars. To space.
Taki! I promise, Taki. May your memories live on. Forever.
An airborne squad. Is this the work of... Could I take a look at her?
Here.
Yet I can dimly make out...
Black wings. But why?
I can feel the hate.
Why? What?
That's not unusual for...
Can you locate it?
It is not yet. The same goes for the other.
All right then.
Where Where should we go this time?
This time, the easternmost, this one won't be.
Let's hurry.
Yes.
So it does seem like we're on pretty good pace to get through the next abyss area. Well, earlier than I thought I was gonna. Like, Spire might be longer.
As you know from firsthand,
I'm aware of that.
that's the kind of mistake you can't.
What? What did you...
Nothing. Let's come to the safe house when you're ready to leave.
And I do have enough skill points for another ability. Yeah, so hopefully I don't need every body core because I'm definitely going to be missing one from the side quest. Granted, we're probably not going to get all of them anyway.
Do you have good news?
I do. Well, I finished you can now use...
Really? That's amazing, Lily. I'm sure Taki would have been happy to...
So let's see what ability we get. Probably this is the only other one I would use. This one I frequently use on accident. This one I've started trying to use on certain enemies, but probably not worth it in most cases. I guess maybe as an opener it's better than like going for this one.
Tell me if you need anything. Oh, look at all the...
Upgrade the weapon. Craft a random outfit, cause why not? Already got all the upgrades there, and halfway to upgrading the charge beam. 10 more drone modules and then we're done there. I've not fought any major drone enemies, or droid enemies, so we can probably just go.
Eve, Lily. I just realized we forgot about the leg.
That's right.
I'll go and get it.
Great. Let's check it out.
I'm worried about what this one is going to be about.
Day 52, after the second dive. 5th record. Legacy account Raven. I am the lone survivor. The truth. The truth always lets me down. I have gathered a good amount of information from the lab's records and the memories of Legion's soldiers. We've always followed the instructions of Mother Sphere to the letter. She was our guiding light, our salvation, our god. However, in truth, Mother Sphere was a powerful artificial intelligence created by mankind. In the distant past, there was an engineer named Raphael Marx. He was her creator. Mother Sphere brought great prosperity to mankind, but she seemed to have changed her mind upon the creation of Andro Eidos, her self-made counterpart. After seeing the limits of humanity and the potential of Andro Eidos, she decided there was no room to spare for mankind. Our god is not the god of humans. Then why do we worship Mother Sphere? I don't know anymore. The more I learn, the more questions I'm left with. Everything puzzles me.
Adam, please take me to Abyss Levoir.
Are you ready to leave?
All preparations are complete.
And we go. The overall for the 5-hour mark, I'm pretty satisfied with the amount of progress made. Because I feel like I'm effectively past the halfway point. As soon as I walk into the next dungeon, I'm pretty safely past it.
We'll have to walk from here. Are you okay with that, Eve?
No problem. Please.
Alright, you can trust me.
I'm here too. Don't you worry.
Even seasoned scavengers get lost in the Great Desert. But we have a map now.
And that's 40%, and I've not scanned a single lore piece pretty much all game. This one is more tempting to go for the solar tower because it's a mini-boss, but it is also very far out of the way.
It seems as though there's a problem with the power supply.
Because the mini-boss would give me a damage core.
The trouble is,
I guess the question would be, would I get another damage core before the end of the game? That I can't say for certain.
Eve, let's look for the...
Okay.
I think we just pretty much go straight for the dungeon.
Sand and heat. It looks like civilization just turned into dust.
Not all of it. That's why scavengers like me exist.
Looking for screws in the desert.
Well, it's a very common thing on Earth.
The only reason I think I would want to pivot is if I saw a core.
I can see Abyss Lavoir.
What kind of facility is Abyss Lavoir?
There are some records of weapon research.
I could look up the cores just to try to max out what I have, but I don't think I want to spend time on that right now. Because all 5 hours I've made good progress. I don't want to spend an hour just for a small chunk of health.
Let's not waste any time.
Let's just take a revive. I was kind of hoping that X would stagger. Or that burst ability I did, but it did not.
Do I have to go through another test?
Yes. There cannot.
Then let's not waste any time.
Okay, so they can't heal. I'll take a pump this time. That didn't stagger him at all. she got me. I thought that was gonna win it. We'll just use a second pump. Because it's like one hit for winning. By literally one hit.
Just as I heard, this place is deeper and please.
Definitely have enough to use.
Ah, all right. I know I'm in safe hands with you, Lily.
Should probably grab that just in case.
Let's head towards the fan.
Didn't mean to fall down here, and now I don't know how to... Guess that's my way back up. So I definitely want to heal up. I think we just upgraded skills, so we're probably nowhere close.
Whoa, what's happening? You can find a way up in the right corner.
Right corner. Where is it?
A little bit too close.
I'll find a way to shut down security. Over here! Hurry!
It's like just a body there.
It's alive! Blow it up! That should shut down this area's security. The
Yeah, we
saw
got it.
have stopped.
Much better than the last time. I did also forget that I can't scan, but also there's nothing major in terms of collectibles that I need. I think we can go. I know there's no cores, so if there's anything it would be robots. Which robots have other sources I can get their stuff. That does seem to be a drone upgrade there. It's like bright blue, I think it's usually drone upgrades.
It's blocked. What now?
There was a control panel for the gate in the control room back at Altus Lavoir.
Yeah, we got everybody there. I know there's like an optional laser room over here. Don't remember what it drops, so let's go for that.
This place. It feels off somehow.
I think you're right. There must be something lurking here.
I forgot it's jump rope while I have to kill those. didn't quite get the explosive pack on their side. Don't have any stinger missiles, so I have to... Probably slug is going to be the best. Yeah, we got him.
We're safe now.
This feels like too much risk, not enough reward.
It was just a design. Rude. Didn't even get a full skill point out of that.
We're gonna have to move. Eve, watch out!
It reminds me of that research lab.
There must be a panel to open the gates somewhere.
It definitely seemed like there was going to be something back there, but maybe not.
That seemed like it opened a vent, not a gate.
Yeah, we got everybody there.
The gate security is down.
Even hitting weak spots, it does take quite a few slugs to actually get through them. Oh, hi. Any others that did push me over the skill point mark? I will say, despite getting the platinum trophy, I might not get all the trophies because of the pace it seems to be going so far. In terms of just the amount of skills I'm getting. Like, unless there's a significant ramp up in skill points for Spire. Why? Then I might not get the full amount I need.
This looks like the place we saw earlier, the old research lab.
This looks more like a factory.
Didn't remember there was a chest. I don't remember if there's anything good. worked out. I don't think there's anybody else left up there. Didn't mean to jump off that. Did that respawn anything? Looks like no. Don't need to actually fight those, just let that happen. And made it to the next campsite. Yes, I feel like probably by the end of this I'll be maybe one more ability higher. But then I have to get through basically to the end of the game, trying to unlock what looks like 5 abilities. There's 4 there, and then there's 1 there. So I get the feeling I'm going to come up just a little bit short on skill points. Unless I do some kind of side quest, but if I do a side quest, I put myself at risk of basically failing this playthrough. Oh, hi. Didn't see them there.
The gate is blocked too. We'll need to find a panel.
Let's head to the gate we unlocked.
So I remember somebody appearing after that. Okay, so we're at 2 skill points now, and I need 6 per ability. And it seems like that's pretty consistent. There is quite a few bosses in Spire, so maybe it'll all balance out. I want to say there was 3 or 4. But I do feel like I will be generally cutting it close.
Eve, did you see that?
The other side of the gate is crawling with natives.
But this looks like the only way we can get inside.
I'll try to find a way to unlock the gate. All right, back to the gate.
That's a lore piece, don't want that.
I hope you have enough ammo.
Let's see, they got that close already. I think they dropped down from above. Seems like overall we'll probably be fine.
That battle was amazing! It's a shame Adam had to miss it.
Is Adam still outside?
Yeah, repairs are taking forever.
Yeah, we got it. Didn't see how many skill points that put me at. But hopefully that was a big boost. And I'm fully expecting it to be like maybe 1 if I'm lucky.
I can see the exit on the other side, but
This won't be easy. Lily, let's go.
Wasn't even 1. It was like 80% of 1. That's with a skill point buff that's not as high as it could be, but pretty good.
that switch should turn off the security. Eve, the temperature is spiking.
Relax, Lily. I can still manage. Looks like I need to shut down the security system to get through.
I was at the wrong spot. Tried to drop to the one directly below it, and it didn't quite work. At least they didn't make these insta-death lasers like all the other lasers. This section could be rough if that were the case. Although I did just get up a little bit early. I thought that was gonna be fine. Unless I like nudged the red one that was above it. Because that was pretty much the same way I jumped before. Guess I was just a little bit too far to the left. Yeah, I made it. Pretty much just had to do what I did last time, where I just get to the top there and commit.
Scary. Let's head to the gate on the other side.
Eve, sorry for the wait. So, shall we head out?
Too late, we're already here.
What? How? Isn't the security system online?
Adam, can you check our proximity to the hypercell?
Give me a sec. The hypercell is just past the research lab. research wing has collapsed.
I did kind of completely forget this room
Can't we
existed.
just swim the rest of the way?
No. The water is electrified with a lethal high voltage current.
So now what?
We'll have to use whatever we have at our disposal.
I remember there was a few goodies here, but I don't remember what were the mains. That could have gone better. I didn't expect it to put me all the way back at the start. Rid of them just so they're not a problem. Almost had another mess up there. I know there's something down here. I think it's a chest. Probably stopped to like a shotgun or something for that. Yeah, we got it. Potions aren't the worst pickup, but I've not had to use any of the alternate potions so far. Like maybe on a final boss, maybe, if I like drain everything. Nice, another tumbler expansion.
We should be able to get to the research building's entrance with the rope.
Don't know why she suddenly lunged to the left. Also didn't expect that to one-shot them. Rude. Bunch of ammo, but not much else. Still nothing major there. I'm just kind of hoping for like drone parts or tumblers. So I don't think those can drop anything better. Real close and running out of time there. guess it's nice that I'm getting pieces for potentially upgrades if I get anything good, but I think I've already maxed everything I needed. At least is in terms of like exospines, unless I want to try a completely new build for endgame. Gonna have them do that. Don't think there's anything else major.
Whoa, we made it! You literally just made your way through it. Way to go, Eve. Look, there's a supply camp.
Nice. Let's take a second to regroup.
And another camp. I feel like I'm at the end or very close. I don't remember this one being much longer past that room. How are we doing on these? I'm one tumbler short of that one. Another suit. I'm 3 from the most expensive upgrade. And there's the boss.
Like that one we fought before.
I must have settled on how to sell that.
Watch out, Eve!
I fought it before. Don't worry.
That was probably the worst thing that could happen there. I don't know if there's a way to like avoid the smaller enemies just from coming out altogether. Yeah, the charge blast is not worth it. Like, maybe if I could charge it faster it would be, but by the time I've got it fully charged up, they're pretty much already recovered. And I've done no damage. That's definitely the way.
not as hard as I expected.
Nice. Let's take a look at the hypercell.
That did put me at 5, almost 6, I think.
The hyper...
And another dungeon done. Should put me right into Spire. Unless somehow I get 60% for Lily right now, which I hope
Day
doesn't happen.
78 after the second dive. 8th record. Legacy account Raven. I have discovered an important record of human history. A war ignited by Mother Sphere broke out, and as previously recorded, humanity was defeated. Earth then became the stage for the Andro-Eidos. Andro-Eidos declared themselves the new human race. This new human race, with Mother Sphere at its heart, made tremendous progress and advanced humanity. And the surviving humans, the real humans, they evacuated to an underground facility. Some, led by Raphael Marx, waited here at this facility for an opportunity to strike back. During this time, the surviving humans evolved in order to gain the strength to face the androids. The result of genetic engineering and rapid evolution. Beings that have lost everything. Everything but brute strength and survival instinct. That's what they've become. Monsters. The monsters that we're fighting are the Naytibas.
I will say, as a worst case scenario, even if I don't get enough skill points to get every skill, all I need to do is basically respec things out of Taki's tree into the new abilities, and then I still get the last trophy. But that trophy also isn't really required for Platinum, it would just be so I can say I'm done with everything. But I'll wait until the end of at least Spire before I worry about that. I can always respec at the last camp.
Or perhaps it would be better to hear it straight.
Because there's still like a whole boss gauntlet after this that might just give me the skill points I need. Especially if I never take off the boost I have. About 60%, and I scanned literally nobody and did one side quest.
You... Understood. The next... I'm picking up Alpha Nate...
At the end of the orbit elevator?
Yes, in space. Orbit Elevator 4 was... But getting there won't be easy. I guess I'll have to come up with... Abe, make sure you and Lily are both well prepared before leaving.
So, probably not gonna do anything in the city. The only thing that would probably be...
Keep quiet. Just follow me.
What is it? What's this about?
I told you to keep quiet and follow me.
I guess I'll follow him. I don't think this is gonna give me the 40% that would lock me out of the ending, so it's fine.
So, you brought me all the way here. What for?
Hey, relax. I'm just the messenger. Take this.
What? This is... This device is locked with a quantum passcode. What do you expect me to do with it?
You're asking the wrong person, Angel. I was just told to give you that terminal in secret. Good luck, then.
Hey!
I don't know if I ever figured out what that was. It's free experience, and it didn't progress the bar at all. I think we're good on things here. I guess I should check the can machine just to see if there is like New Game Plus upgrades.
Lily, have you...
he was right. While we wait, should we check the main body frame? So, Eve, because you've been gathering a healthy amount of combat data, we can now distribute the body cell's power for greater offensive capabilities. It might add some stress.
That'll be of great help during Please get to this right away, Lily.
Yep. Oh, hold on. There. Done.
Thank you, Lily.
I kind of forgot which upgrade that was, and then I remembered as they were talking. So it's not showing that there's a new reward, and it's showing all the other ones are checked off, so I think we're good.
How could there be an Alpha Metiba in the orbit elevator? If it hadn't been for Oracle's... I didn't think there'd be a function...
Other weapon upgrade. There we go.
Are you already prepared to leave?
Mm-hmm. Just...
And you, Lily?
We're going to be so close to the colony.
There's no need to overthink. You and I will be waiting.
I know, but...
Well, we'll see what... Okay? Let's go. Hey, just a reminder. You should try to take care of everything you need to in Zion before we leave.
No regrets.
All right. All aboard, everyone.
So yeah, I miss out on one body core, but everything else I've done. I guess I do miss out on a ton of potential skill points, but again, hopefully the boss rush gets me what I need. Otherwise, I'll just respec one time before the end of the game so that I get the trophy for it.
Looks like it's time to show off my skills. Let me check the connection. How is it?
I can hear you clearly.
Okay, there's no time to waste.
I would like to be a little bit more thorough here, because this would be my last chance to get a health or energy upgrade. And I think it is still considered possible from here. Because I think there's 4 of each, and I've got 1 already done. Otherwise, I would have to go back to the desert after this area and find extras. Or, I guess, Wasteland. Desert's probably easier.
It seems like there are more parasitic machine types than animal types here.
Machine types are tricky.
I don't remember where the things are in this area.
think I know. Let's go against the direction of the flow.
I also don't know if it's possible to go to the other area after Spire. I'm assuming no. But if I go to the other area, then I failed to get one of the endings.
Alright, let's scan it first.
Fighting them to break it out into another robot. Let's go ahead and do this. Just gonna quickly top off my health. Right up there.
Above that stream of water.
Chances are I might actually find a good upgrade material here. Like I might find one of the grade 3 like Mark II items. But I would have to remember where it is, or I would have to find one that I haven't found before. Like I think there's a higher training gear one here. I'm gonna see if there's anything over there, and I guess it looks like this is the way I needed to go first. I remembered I had to shut off the water, but I thought there was a way to climb up from the other side.
We've arrived. Let's close the floodgate. It's working well.
And have a quick seat.
Lily, have you received any communications from Adam? Lily? Lily?
Oh, did you call? Sorry about that.
Was there some kind of problem?
No, I was just looking at the legacy that I backed up.
Is it bothering you or something?
I'm trying to verify that the information in here isn't fabricated.
That's good, but be sure to focus on our current task.
Yep, leave it to me.
Let's make sure I don't have enough skill points for another ability. And I do. Those seem to give substantially more experience. And quick heal.
It's a good place to hide.
Nothing else down there that I can see. Guess I can't climb on top of this.
The door's
Apparently,
locked.
I need passcode.
We need the security code.
Let's scan it to see if there's a legion. I bet the Nativa from earlier is responsible for this.
Figured it would probably be that one because I couldn't remember why that was there. Fortunately, that means we gotta shimmy back across. I should probably look to see if there was a panel before. And we got it.
It's done.
Just went on everything except the ladder. I guess hypothetically I could start grabbing the bodies for experience. Because I am technically at a point where I can just make sure I don't hit the 100% before the end. I guess my biggest concern would be if I leave this area and it gets more percentage, and if it somehow, like, retroactively puts me on the other path, but I don't think it can. And, first core of the area.
Now, I don't feel like praying.
I found a way out. Let's go back the way we came.
So yeah, I think if I find every one of the cores that's in this area, I'll have just enough for a single upgrade.
This way.
Whether that's the final upgrade, I couldn't say for sure.
This isn't a problem, right?
Of course not.
Slowly.
I don't think there would be 5 left after that.
Oh,
I would kind of
hey, be
assume it's the
careful.
last one.
Yes, we made it.
I mean, there definitely could be 5 left, but I don't remember how many I've gotten so far.
Now that's a high performance body. Jealous?
And next checkpoint. I haven't been checking the shops for these, but we're still pretty close to 50, so it's fine.
Mother Sphere had to have known, right?
Probably.
But still.
You want to know why she hid the truth from us? Is that it?
Never in my life have I doubted Mother Sphere before. Cross my heart. But I don't... I guess I'm just a little confused.
I understand. I feel the same way. However, without more information, there's no way to know. Lily, let's just do what we need to right now.
Yes, I'll keep that in mind.
I will say my biggest concern is... Okay, so it looks like I still have all of my enemy data. Except for the final boss, I'm assuming.
Hacking successful. Press the switch. Oh, the hypertube is closed. That's the only route connected to the space center.
Can you find a way to open it?
Figure they do that. Level 3 protection gear, not what I needed. There's an upgrade. Side there. Go ahead and activate that real quick. Apparently I had a lot of energy saved up because I wasn't really paying attention.
That's the hypertube's power link device. If you turn on all the link devices here, you can get the power running back to the hypertube.
Got it. Leave it to me.
Bunch of stuff that I don't need. And I got the next one.
This place is crawling with Natiivas. Be careful.
I'll say, generally speaking, I am on pretty good pace to get through both endings and the end of the game. Go ahead and just knock him on the ground real quick. I don't think I noticed that stun animation where they get like kind of dizzy. Still pretty much one-shotting them with that. I think that was just my way back up there. And there is a robot down here who I probably want to get to. Otherwise, mostly cleared everything out. Another Tumblr expansion. Don't remember how many I was at. But I do definitely feel like I would be pretty satisfied if I got to like 90%. Because at that point, I don't think that extra 10% is gonna make much of a difference. I also kinda can't imagine them making me go to 100% because if I needed to heal 100%, that would mean that I had already been killed. So it'd just be kinda weird to have that as the cap for a potion.
Over here!
Probably didn't need to be quite that aggressive. Because they were like 1 or 2 hits from getting taken out. And we got all those.
Great! The hypertube is connected to the power. Let's make our way over to the hypertube now.
I guess we'll grab this. Bunch of potions, but nothing major.
Wow! It's opening! It's windy! There's no end in sight. Will we be okay?
It was No, it's nothing.
Almost to like the first attempt at the boss who we don't finish fighting. Wasn't quite fast enough for that. don't think I did any jumps the last time. Went too far.
That was close. Lily, you're behind me, right?
Can we please slow down?
And fight time. And we got him.
I think we should take a break for a bit.
Wasn't too bad. In that I think they only got like one attack in. Don't know if I got that last time, but also it wasn't worth it.
It's a supply camp.
I can also see if I got enough for potion upgrade again. I think I was close. And we got 80%. Is level 6, so it does go up to at least 90. How are we doing on skill points? Just one. Yeah, these little enemies are not doing much for it.
It just seemed different than the ones fused with machine.
Was it?
I felt emotions.
Emotions?
Hatred. It'll come back again.
Even though we severed one of its arms?
Yes. Its emotions won't be snuffed out just because of that.
You can go out through here.
Anything else around here? At least not that I can see.
This is where resources and raw materials are sent to the orbit elevator.
They're very sturdy. Like rate of pump. Sounds like probably a waste, but also I'm impatient. Because I would have just revived at the camp and I could have gone for an ambush and probably finished faster. Another Omnibolt I don't need. I don't remember if I need to get all 4 of these, but I know I need at least a couple of them. A bunch of ammo that I don't need.
There's a suspicious sphere. Oh, looks like something fell out of that crashed container.
Judgment type if I want better tacky mode, that mode that I almost rarely use. Unless it's like to secure a fight win.
Huh? If you do that, they might find you. We have to get out of here. Come on. Run! Ah! Don't stop! Hurry up! Keep on running! Eve, dodge! Oh, that was a close one.
And we made it through.
I'm getting nervous. Let's get moving.
Agreed.
Let's find a way to get past here.
And now we're probably to the roughest section of the final area. The conveyor room. At least it will be after I get past this. Because it's, I think, like the only section for the final area where there's a one-hit, effectively a one-hit fail. Like, there's maybe a window where I could potentially get through even after messing up, but it's so not reliable.
We have to get through the conveyor system. Be careful not to touch the security lasers.
Might end up back at this camp a few times unless we really get through that without issues. I don't think I need to heal though. Don't think I can do anything with that crate.
May I have your attention? Undeclared shipments have been detected. All supervisors, please inspect your respective lines.
Thing I remembered what side that was on because I did just kind of rush through there. I remember there being a core through here. Just 2 more body cores. On to what is in that crate bad enough. Don't think I can reach it reliably at this point.
processes will be suspended shortly due to inspection delays.
And we made it to the next camp. Check for more pumps because I did use one. And we're back over 50.
Lily, you seem quiet. Are you thinking about the colony?
Oh, how'd you know that? I thought of something while looking through the map data. Once you exit the atmosphere, it's possible you'll be able to connect to the colony network.
It doesn't hurt to try. Once we're connected, we can send legacies containing everyone's memories and the truth about the Naytibas.
Okay. I think that's a drone upgrade. Usually don't see that on regular enemies. I think I'm at 6 upgrades, in which case I'll hold off. I am. And back there, but otherwise nothing else. Let's just grab one body. I don't know why she flung off to the right there. Maybe I wasn't swinging far enough.
I can't believe you're guiding me. I should be the one guiding you.
It's thanks to Adam.
Yeah, so I think I'm getting like maybe 2% for like enemy kills if I'm lucky in terms of experience. Even if I'm like buffed. Another one. Nothing particularly good there. Just barely missed my ambush chance.
There's a ladder up there.
we'll grab this, because why not? I think we made it through and cleared everything out. I never hit that before, and I didn't realize that was a thing I could do. I guess there is just kind of a point where I can jump right to that one. It is a little bit janky. It almost looked like I could get to the top of there. Just more outfit materials. I think I'm supposed to do just one straight line of running across there, if I remember right. It just kind of looks like I need to jump. Other than if I hit that. It almost looks like I might be able to just reach that ladder from that stack of crates. I'm just kind of glad that I won and done the conveyor area. Guess I definitely can't run on that again. I got a little bit spooked when I thought the thing was gonna move back in my way. Yeah, I can just straight up reach the ladder from there. Don't need to even use that crate. That one I just accidentally double jumped after touching the wall. It's just this one wall run with this one obstacle and it sends me so far back. That's better.
Hacking complete.
Made it to the next checkpoint. Not nearly enough skill points for much of anything, but I do need a rest up because potions. I remember there being at least some kind of collectible here that I want to get.
Take cover. What do we do now?
Don't worry, we can use something as
Got a great perfect dodge there. Then I got nudged into line of fire. Because it was either I was going to have to get a perfect parry or I was going to get hit into line of fire.
This is the turret's motion sensor. What do we do now?
Don't worry, we can use something as cover.
Didn't realize I could get hit there. I thought I was behind the vehicle there. I did forget that this section exists, and this might be worse than conveyor belts, but I don't feel like I get sent as far back.
We can use something as cover.
Yeah, because if I get caught, I die, but I only go back, like, a very short distance by comparison.
This is the turret's motion sensor. What do we do now?
Don't worry, we can use something as cover.
That is the upgrade spot over there. Gotta check. Then I gotta find a safer way over.
This is the turret's motion sensor. What do we do now?
Don't worry, we can use something as cover.
Didn't think that was gonna hit me there. I thought, like, as soon as the flashing stopped, then the bullet had been committed to wherever it was gonna shoot.
What do we do now?
Don't worry, we can use something as cover.
Okay, apparently that is still a bad spot.
This is the turret's motion sensor. What do we do now?
Don't worry, we can use something as cover.
Guess that splash damage there. And dead. I'm definitely going a different path than I did the first time I did this, and I don't remember what path I took.
This is the turret's motion sensor. What do we do now?
Don't worry, we can use
So
something
now
as
I'm
cover.
behind this one, and then I don't remember where I went into this. Just grab this now. More energy. Didn't mean to get stuck there. I think there was something back here, and it was just a crate. Could give me a pump, which is not a bad drop. Something making a lot of noise. That was upsetting. I went for the drone upgrade, but I thought the tank was going to be safe.
This is the turret's motion sensor. Take cover! What do we do now?
Don't worry. I can use something as cover.
As long as I don't get hit twice, I'm fine. Splash damage on some of those is top. And they got me. I wasn't sure if that car was still gonna block it. I guess part of the issue with these cars is I don't know the rules for what they block.
Don't worry.
Like, I know these ones just block forever, but the ones that explode, I don't know if I'm vulnerable afterwards. Here's also, I did confirm that perfect dodges work, but the chance of me planning that seems very low. Almost made it back. Now I have to get the upgrade this time. It's a good thing I got sent back here so I could grab this. And we made it.
Can't relax yet. Keep your guard up, Lily.
Of course.
That was definitely a bigger setback than I was expecting. Make sure I heal up. Got a skill point out of that.
Which way should I be boarding?
To the right. It's not too far.
I think I needed this person. Maybe not. Oh yeah, there was a camp back here. That's what I was thinking of. 'Cause I remember there was something over here that I could get. Okay, there was a passcode here. I remember there was a passcode for something, I just couldn't remember what. I think it's safe to grab these and give myself a little bit of bonus skill points. And red.
Goodness, look at that.
There should be an Alpha Nativa.
Got too early. And dodge because I was in the middle of a move. Figured that would happen. In the case where I was in the middle of a move, so I couldn't dodge. And we got him. Looks like that's another body core there. This one I think is energy, because I feel like I hit a streak of energies before I found like the final body ones. Or maybe not. Okay, one more and then we get an upgrade.
It's a control device connected to emergency power.
Okay, yeah, so I do have to pass through with the color that matches first. And we got it.
Let's go to the other side.
I think we're good on everything here. Also, we're up to 3 skill points now. Guess I'll go for this.
I think we're in the wrong place.
another retribution. Yeah, it seems like now I can occasionally get like enough stuns on them with my stab that I'm able to get the finisher like that. I guess I'll grab this. Definitely get more skill points from picking up the lower objects than I do from fighting.
I'm detecting multiple nativas beyond this point. I didn't notice them. That supply box. Ah! Be careful not to touch the laser.
I thought I was going to be able to get the button before they went around.
Ah! Be careful not to touch the laser. Take the supplies and get out.
And we got it. Another design pattern. Didn't mean to do this, but I guess that's what we're doing. I did another thing where I was trying to target, but then I also tried to run. Doesn't seem like the bar is going up anymore. Whether that means I've already like left the window for it, or just these don't happen to give me any. Can't say for certain. If I can get an ambush on this one, that would be great. And we got it. Okay, so if that one doesn't have somebody to latch on to, it just explodes. Seems pretty safe to grab these for extra experience. Nothing obviously off around, so I think we can check these. One module away from the 8 cost upgrade.
So just how many orbit elevators were there on Earth?
Before the war, there were a total of 4 orbit elevators.
Then what about the rest?
This is the only one left. Thanks to this, the colony was...
That was a relief.
That's true.
Okay. Everything's respawned, but we'll probably just avoid everything. think that's a Bitcoin icon.
Keeps increasing. This way. We have to take the cargo elevator.
The power. It doesn't reach here.
Wait. Activate my hacking skills.
And boss area. And they got me. I'm just gonna take a regular revive there. Because I know that there's multiple health bars and I'm dying on the first one to the first two combos, that's probably not ideal. Like that. I'm just dodging way too early. And then I'm getting punished because I dodged too early, because then the next attacks are faster. I also keep forgetting that the third one is a specific dodge I need to do. That's better. And now is the point where we just wail on him. I think I'm gonna use a pump for this one. Heal up. And again. Back up to go for a heal. And they got me. Let's go with another pump because I think we're close to the end. Did the wrong dodge. Go ahead and do this. was really hoping that counter was gonna go through. And we got him. Okay, so far that was definitely probably the toughest fight yet.
I think I found the power supply.
Done. Let's go back now.
So I think I want to go for the weapon upgrade first. Because that probably takes highest priority over most things. Still level 29 for that one. And we'll stack up on those. I should probably have enough skill points for something else, and I do. Looks like 3 abilities left. And then I would have officially unlocked every ability. If I don't get those 3 abilities by the time I get to the final camp, then I'll just use one of the skill point resets and grab the new Game Plus abilities. And that'll give me every trophy.
Now we're really going to space.
I think it's like 4 bosses, and then
If you follow the path ahead, it should take you straight to the cargo elevator.
the final one left.
It is operational, right?
According to the records, the last trip was 173 days ago. However, I cannot find out who exactly was on it.
What matters is whether it works or not. That's all I need to know.
That's a good thing I went back for that weapon upgrade, because I would have had to wait for a bit.
Hacking of the operating system complete. Here we go. Now we just hang tight until we reach the central core. Of course, as long as it doesn't suddenly stop. You wanna look around while we wait?
Locate the exit first. I hope nothing goes wrong.
Ah, the robot. There's a tumbler. There's a body core, or at least one of the core upgrades there.
This is the only path that's connected to the second floor. What should we do? It won't open without the proper credentials.
Let's find a way to get this door open.
Inside, I'm sensing a legion.
Nah, one of the things I needed.
It's the credentials.
Yeah, that was like 10% of experience for a single lore piece. But I couldn't grab any of them before this point because I risked playthrough issues.
What's happening?
I'll get to the bottom of this.
As well, I don't mind a second playthrough as much, where I just do like a minimal playthrough.
We have no choice but to go outside.
Having to do 3 playthroughs because I grabbed too many things in one, like the second playthrough, would feel bad. If I had done the save state thing on the first playthrough, then I could have maybe been more relaxed for this one. Because I would have just had to do the reject the offer ending. But because I didn't do the save trick, it pretty much meant that I was locked in, or I have to do both endings now.
Hold on just a sec.
All right, going in now.
Go ahead and grab this really quick. Again, I think if I get everyone that's in this area, then I at least get 1 full upgrade for health and energy. I probably won't commit to another one if I do that. Speaking of which, there's a health upgrade. Max HP has reached the maximum value. So assuming that's to be believed, we are done. I could skip the rest of the body cores, but there's kind of no reason to.
There's contamination here too. So this is what the contaminants
Good. These are very bulky. That worked out well. And we got him. That one lived.
leave it to me.
Let's go ahead and play safe with this. That was a lot of things that shot out at me. And we got him. It did push me into another skill point. And let's go back for that one. And we got it. Yeah, that is giving me like 10% skill points per pickup. Doesn't seem like they're counting against me, so it's probably fine. It's way more than the enemies are giving me, which is maybe 3 to 4 if I'm like, I want to say like 2 to 4. Okay, that's intended path. What is this way? Anything? Looks like no.
Lily, do you see another way?
I'm having a hard time getting past there.
Well, the only choice.
Good thing I was ready for that. Little bit of money, but nothing else. And we made it to the checkpoint. Didn't mean to hit that. Because I should check the shop for more pumps. Not used any of the other potion types, so we're definitely fine there.
They're maintenance drones. I think this place is still up and running because of them. Ugh, it's dead end.
I'll examine the outer wall.
It's like a bunch of ammo.
If I use this, I can make it to the other side.
Oh, that's scary.
I know there was a robot out here, so I should probably go grab them. I'm pretty sure there was. And yep, they're up there. There's the drone upgrade. Go ahead and do that real quick. I kind of forgot that there's a charge attack, because I just kind of not used it. I think this was the can that I missed last time that got crushed and sent to the Oasis. Very small heal, but still a heal. Little bit more health than I would have liked there, but it's fine. Still got plenty of potions.
I can't figure out how to get to the passenger elevator. What do I do?
Don't worry. We can use the elevator.
Now there was a crate or something around here, but I'm gonna ignore it. Last time it did send me way back. Not even a crate, it looks like. That might be a drone upgrade, actually. It is not. And I did the thing I was worried about. Okay, it didn't send me back as far as I thought. Maybe make sure I don't die from fall damage. Another run section.
Look out! We've got to get out of here.
Almost made it to the boss. Go ahead and do that real quick. There we go. Take me back. Still at 3 skill points.
This is the entrance to the passenger elevator.
Matt.
We'll go ahead and rest up. Yeah, there's at least 4 bosses left, and I need to get, I think, 15 skill points between them and whatever's left.
Looks like a maid-type human.
Was your name Arissa? Just how long do we have to wait?
All passenger transport is stopped until code red is lifted. If you wouldn't mind waiting inside the lift.
Must she keep talking when I'm trying to work? Let's see.
Code red has been deactivated. The P-161 lift to the Prestige Lounge will be working again in just a moment. We're very sorry for any inconvenience this may have caused. The passenger lift consists of 32 independent room modules. Each module provides 4 separate floors of living space so that all our passengers may enjoy a comfortable journey.
Arissa, I'd like to go upstairs.
Please, wait a moment. Opening second floor entrance passage. The second floor is the family suite.
Grab what I can, and then we go.
There are comfortable bedrooms and family-friendly break rooms here.
Don't remember if there was any major upgrades in this area.
If you'd like to take in the scenery, you can always open the rear shield screen.
Is that so? Arissa, please open the shield screen.
Understood. Now opening screen.
Wow, it's amazing. I've never seen a view like this before.
We're new to, well, pretty much everything here. It's beautiful.
The path to the third floor is once again open. I hope you have a most comfortable trip.
Yeah, fight time. There we go. Nothing else around here.
Serious damage. Use the emergency room. It was an honor and a privilege. Arisa?
The privilege was mine, Arisa.
We will be arriving at ground momentarily. Once the elevator approaches the stop, please follow the directions. Thank you, as always, for choosing Orca Aerospace. Have a nice day.
Here's another core. If this is energy, then I think I'm done. Never mind, I need one more.
The atmosphere feels different here. Lily, what's our next move?
If you follow the path, there should be an elevator that can...
Okay.
Might be a waste to use that like right before boss, but it's fine. I've almost got enough for 2 abilities to start.
Whoa, be careful!
Did forget to swap off of that. And they got me. Go ahead and use one of the pumps. I don't think I'm gonna go through 50 and what's left of the game. Hopefully. They are very sturdy.
We're at the elevator.
Only AI with administrator privileges can use the system.
What do we do?
The door will open.
And about time for next boss. I think they're like a couple rooms ahead.
Lily, have you...
Nothing yet, I'm afraid.
Me too. How's the network connection with the colony?
There's no connection yet. We'll find out for sure if we go...
Yeah. We have to go... Well, we've rested up. Shall we go?
Doubt I got enough skill points to get anything major. So I only fought like a few enemies and got no lore. Did get enough drone modules for this. 5 more and I'm officially maxed on that.
You're definitely not ordinary.
Oof. Do that real quick. That's the wrong way. And dead. I think I'm supposed to jump over that. It's the wrong way. Let's go attacking mode. Should probably try to counter there, but I always mess up the parry ones. That one feels like it's almost random what I have to read. Go ahead and pop that real quick. And they knocked me down again, but we got one more pump. And we won. Another boss down. I think there's one more for this area, and then like basically just after this. Also, fixed damage mark 2. Go ahead and equip that. It just gives me 60 damage on every hit. Granted, I have no idea how much health they have, so that doesn't really tell me much. And we got enough skill points for another upgrade.
The Natiba I defeated just now used a human as a host. No, that's not quite right. It'd be more accurate to say humans.
Seriously? I never knew they could combine with multiple people. They Maybe that's why it felt like it was more intelligent than usual. Do you think more of those things are waiting for us up there?
And we made it back. Gonna slide in my skill point, the weapon core, and also probably just make that outfit, cause why not? Apparently level 30 is not the max for my weapon. I'm guessing the pumps are limited per vending machine. I almost never use the burst triangle, so we'll go this way. I didn't see any more, so I need a total of 12 skill points between the boss after this, first fight against Raven, and second fight against Raven. Any other enemies in between.
The door opened because the AI reset.
If I don't get them, then I have to reset my entire skill tree to slot my points like one node off.
It's Earth! Wow! It's amazing how blue Earth looks from space. But when you're down there, it's all grey or wasteland.
Yes, though on Earth, when the sun is shining, space looks blue too. But when you're up here, it's darkness in all directions. Don't worry. There must be another way up.
Don't know why this is not moving. Was because I didn't hit this button. Gotta say the music's going. I feel like the next boss was like right at the top of this elevator. And then it pretty much immediately spits me back out into the city. And then I fight another boss, and then it sets me up for the final segment. I think I already slotted my skill points, but just to make sure. So hopefully the few weapon cores that are left will max it out before boss, otherwise...
Connecting to the colony.
I'm still not picking up a signal. It's like there's some kind of it's highly likely that the
Yeah. I'll bet, meaning if we could get rid of it, we'd save ourselves a lot of trouble.
That just a core over there standing that I don't think I ever saw. Because I don't remember ever finding one up this high. So this might have been the energy one I missed, was just right at the very end of this area. Max beta energy has reached the maximum value.
We should find the central core just up ahead from here.
Nothing else around.
Did we make it?
We did.
I see. All that paper. I'll put an end to it.
Really didn't expect him to back away there. That just outright miss. Almost got it. Alright. Yeah, I know what this move was. get a punish. Wasn't expecting the double hit there. And we got him.
There's no call.
Eve, behind you! Eve! Eve! Oh my! Over there!
That's the real Alpha.
We're in low orbit, so gravity is still an issue. At this rate...
We can't just leave the Alpha Natiba here. Lily, use all my body cell power to overcharge the rail.
Body cell connected. Full power overcharge ready. Liberty body cell connect. It's charging right now.
Lily, my attack was blocked. Find a way to open its eye again.
I'm analyzing it now. I've got it. A direct hit. It looks like it's losing nerve connection.
Just one more left. This is it. The last one.
Eve, your body cell is empty.
Thank you,
There we go.
Lily.
So as soon as I fight Raven and get to the last camp, I will need to probably go AFK to set up the cloud save. For now, 2 more bosses. And I guess for the final boss, I should maybe take off my skill point training gear. But not for these next 2.
And Adam?
I haven't had any contact with... I can't even reach him through... What do you think happened?
I wonder... Could it be...
Yes?
Nothing. Come on, we've got to hurry.
Eve, I'm sensing an alpha signal coming from the presence chamber.
Oracle. He could be...
I'll try to do something here with the exosuit. Eve, hurry to the presence chamber.
Okay, I'm going. Be careful, Lily.
Okay. Next boss fight time. Make sure to get that weapon upgraded. Still not maxed. Don't think I got enough skills for another ability, but better check. Nope, we're at 3. Very high into 3, but still at 3. Finally managed to pull off. And that was my bad. I know the later phase is rough, so I want to probably do regular revive. Granted, I do have a lot of pumps, so I shouldn't be too worried. I think the heal saved me, but it was a rough time to get hit. Rough hit there. And they move. Definitely need a big heal there. That's my window for a second hit. Actually, didn't realize I could go for a stab there. And another counter. And it looks like next phase. Nice parries there. And they got me. But I don't think I've used a pump yet, so we're good. Yeah, so we're using 2. I'm gonna go and attack him out immediately. I was trying to do that before. And another stab. And we got him. I was really clenching there. Thought I was gonna get by. I had to get hit by something. One more boss and then the endings. I got 1 level out of that. So it's gonna come down to how much experience I get from Raven at the very end. Excuse me while I go ahead and just put that on immediately. Didn't realize I got that at some point. That would have probably helped a little bit if I got it earlier. I never did find the training gear again. I think I consider it because it would give me a little bit more experience for one more fight. Okay, there's the enhancement gear, so I just got it.
You've arrived just in time.
You're... Orko, your body!
This is who I really am.
What?
I'm not human. The first ever fusion between an Andro-Ados and an Nitiba. I am the first of the Alpha Nitibas.
But then...
In the past, I slaughtered countless humans. I was left for dead after the colony extinction, but humans found me and saved me. That was the moment when I lost all reason to fight. After sealing the power of the Alpha, I gathered all the survivors I could and built Zion. I thought I could atone for my sins by protecting them, building a home for them, a safe place. I tried to conceal my identity for as long as I possibly could, but Raven had to be stopped. Have you collected all the Alpha cores?
Yes, except for one.
We lost it. Out in space.
I see. Thank you. Thank you for giving my life purpose.
Okay. I think I'm gonna try to commit to getting the 2 endings done today. Only one person showed up because they're the only one we really talked to. But here's the thing. Before I commit to the ending, I kind of want to see if I can buy any more upgrades. Because now all that's left is the Raven fight and then the final boss. And then like the other ending when I do the other final boss. If I'm going to get any more last minute upgrades, now is the time. And the only place that I can get upgrades is either getting those last couple skill points I need, or from the drone parts that I got from that area. So here's kind of the thing. Against my better judgment, I should probably just go activate the solar tower. It's gonna be shorter. Because basically if I activate the solar tower, there's a fast travel point right next to it that'll take me to the scrapyard. And then I can zip back to the city really quickly. But it might be nice to try to just kind of ease out this last skill that I can get on the way. Because I don't know how many skill points Raving gives me, but I want to hope that it's at least 2. I'm gonna need 6 total, but like, I feel like maybe once I'm through this, I'll probably get like 1 or 2 skill points for doing the quest. And then I'll get just whatever I happen to pick up on the way. I wonder if I complete all the quests now, do they like just go join the people in the city? I know I can't do the quests that were in Zion, but I wonder like if I were to progress, say, Digger's questline, does he just go join everybody in the front? Or is it like too late for him? Almost didn't see those. I did kind of forget what I'm supposed to do here. I remembered I was supposed to climb all the way up, but now I don't remember what I'm supposed to do after that. Guess either way, I've got the path, but I did die. I did not activate the nearby camp, and that's kind of a problem. Looks like it did checkpoint me here, which is nice. I'm gonna activate this just in case it goes horribly wrong. In like a way that I couldn't have foreseen. I cannot continue that mission. I've been wasting my time. Didn't realize that I was already past the point of no return. I guess because I finished up Spire 4, but I also don't know if I could have left that area. So it does feel slightly bad that like the supply camps here now will never work. At least there's a nice shortcut back. So I guess we'll just have to go on foot to turn in all of my scraps and see if I can get anything. Let me just... Oh yeah. I did immediately forget that that camp will not work. I guess that also answers my other question of, could I do the other quests and just have them join in front of the city? And the answer is no. Because at this point I've failed any unfinished quests. It doesn't matter where they are, if I have a quest and it's not done, then I failed it. Like, it's only a little bit of a delay. The bigger delay was not realizing before I went to go try to finish the quest. So I guess the other thing though, if I get there without too much hassle, it basically means that all the enemies on the way back will be cleared. Also, don't mind fighting the droids on the way there, because that might give me, like, the last minute items I need. don't know how many tumblers I need. We made it back to the scrapyard. We're almost there. And I'm at least a full skill point closer to being able to get every ability without having to respec everything for the trophy. Don't tell me they're also gone. And that feels bad. Is the shop icon is still here? But like, I was kind of hoping I could buy an upgrade. It seems like they're totally gone. Well, I guess I found out the hard way that I really can't do anything else except the end of story. Basically, pretty much all I was hoping is I was going to get like a little bit slightly more potent potions. And then get a few skill points on the way, and then hopefully everything would just kind of neatly line up at the end. Yeah, this is really the point where it says, actually, you can't do anything. Anything that's not already done is now locked off. That one is kind of a weird one though, because I opened up the shop with the quest, but I guess he's supposed to end up in the city. But because I didn't progress this quest enough, he just disappears. Small problem now is I do need to figure out how to get back. Although I did almost get the third skill point out of this, so at least it's not a total waste. It's just that's probably one of the least important things I could have gotten. Because all it saves me time in is menuing. I basically need to kill a whole bunch of enemies if I even want to consider getting another skill point, unless like this body gives me a ton. I basically need like 3 random bodies to show up on a route I take back. Even then, that was only 7%. So yeah, I need like 2 more bodies and then just some random enemies, and then maybe I would have enough experience to like after Raven to get the last ability. So I think I kind of went off slightly in the wrong way. At least if the text was beatability, then I'm done with energy and health, which is nice. Don't think I'm done with weapons, though. I also don't feel like I'm close on weapons because, like, 32 or 33 would be very weird cutoff points. Let me just make sure that they're not, like, in the crowd.
Angel! I'm making sure I'm well prepared.
Yes. I'll help however I...
Training gear, level 2, Mark 2.
Please.
Maybe that'll give me that little small boost I needed. %. I did get like an extra 10% skill points off of this. Hopefully Raven by themselves is enough. If not, then I gotta redo all my skills twice.
So, are we going to the...
I suppose so. Although...
Same here.
Maybe something happened to him and... I mean, it's not like the bot...
Wait, the bike? Yes, the bike.
Huh?
Lucky for us, he said he installed it just in case.
Lily, can you find out?
Of course. Shall we get going right away?
I think I have a weapon upgrade first.
Then I'll hurry up and connect.
There we go.
The signal is getting weaker. Let's go, before it's too late.
All right, let's go.
Okay, to the tetrapod.
One more boss fight. And then I have to make a cloud save once I get to the following camp, otherwise I risk putting myself in a position where I have to do a whole nother playthrough.
Then let's go towards the signal.
So basically I'm hoping that she gives me 4 skill points.
This is...
It looks like a fallen colony module.
Let's take a look around.
There's a legacy. It's another record from Raven. The one who attacked Zion.
I'm afraid of what else it might reveal.
If they give me any less, then I have to respec everything once.
That's impossible.
At least once.
Raven is delusional.
It's a bike. It's Adam's.
Yes.
If the bike is here,
It means that Adam is also here.
And let's grab that last ability. Or not last one, but like second to last. So I just need part of one and then 3 more points. And if I don't get them from this fight, then I don't think I can get them.
This is my battle. I can't believe I have to fight in this form. The body of a super weapon created by Mother Spirit. But for him.
So far, not a bad start. And a little bit worse start. Next phase. That could have been better. And she got me. I kind of fell apart trying to juggle those heals.
This is my battle. I can't believe I have to fight in this form. The body of a super weapon created by Mother Spirit. But for him.
And she got me. Gonna just go ahead and take a regular revive there. I kind of whiffed my counter and didn't know what to do. Because one, it's rare that I land the counter to begin with.
This is my battle. I can't believe I have to fight in this form. The body of a super weapon created by Mother Spirit. But for him.
And I shouldn't have committed to that. There's like one attack combo where if I'm in the middle of a flip, she just whiffs. and then I can just continue my combo. And then there's pretty much every other combo where that doesn't happen.
I can't believe I have to put in this form. The body of a super weapon created by Mother Sphere. But for him.
Some rough starts here. I feel like part of me thinks I should be healing earlier, and the other part of me thinks I should wait till I'm low health to get the most out of my potions. But I feel like then I get too desperate trying to not get killed while she's teleporting around.
I can't believe I have to fight in this form. The body of a super weapon created by Mother Sphere. But for him.
That was a more interesting start, but still kind of messed up. I did somehow manage to pull off counter. Seems like counter is very effective. Like she got knocked to the ground for quite a bit.
Is my battle. I can't believe I have to fight in this form. The body of a super weapon created by Mother Sphere. But for him.
Didn't do the flashy finisher, and I don't know why. Did I not hit the button right? Because like it's supposed to be a thing when I like charge back, then I just kind of bounce all over and just knock her to the ground.
My battle. I can't believe I have to fight in this form. The body of a super weapon created by Mother Sphere. But for him.
And she got me. She does like exactly the amount of damage that's kind of a problem. And by that I mean like 3 hits kills me, but 2 hits is still feels safe.
I can't believe I have to fight in this form. The body of a super weapon created by Mother Sphere. But for him.
That was a more promising start, but I don't think I did much. I guess the issue with going for parries is eventually my shield does drop, and then I just take damage.
Is my battle.
I don't take as much damage from while blocking, but I still take some.
I can't believe I have to fight in this form. The body of a super weapon created by Mother Sphere. But for him.
I think we'll take a pump here. And next phase. Bro, start next phase. And she got me. I know I have perfect dodge that one slash. I think I need to wait super long on it. Not sure why those didn't counter. I really wish the counter was just a single button press instead of having to hold for a certain frame duration. Like, it feels really bad when I land a perfect dodge, but I don't land the counter because I guess I didn't hold the button either at the long enough or at the right time.
I can't believe I have to fight in this form. The body of a super weapon created by him.
That was a weird interaction. I thought I countered her, but then she followed up with a different ability.
This is my battle.
I can't believe I have to fight in this form. The body of a super weapon created by Mother's Spirit. But him.
And a rough hit there. I'm gonna do one pump. Finally landed that. Bad timing on that one. Hesitate a little bit too much there. Yeah, like there I should have landed that hit. Because I was definitely holding square. And she got me. Really didn't want to go to the damage phase there. get the follow-up again. And she got me. Oof. She has quite a bit of health. I'm wondering if I should try for swapping out fixed damage with some kind of defense. Because I don't know if fixed damage is any good.
I can't believe I have to fight in this form. The body of a super weapon created by my spirit. But for him.
And she got me. I think I need to get her to at least the health gate before I can risk using pumps. I don't know if I run out of them if I use them, or if it like checkpoints it before that.
Is my battle.
But I feel like if I use them too early, there's almost no point.
I can't believe I have to fight in this form. The body of a super weapon created by my spirit. But for him.
And that was rough. I definitely feel like it's a little bit easier for me to land perfect dodges on certain attacks, but it feels like I'm more likely to randomly hit a parry while just kind of vaguely trying.
I can't believe I have to fight in this form. The body of a super weapon created by my spirit. But for him.
I think I can do that apparently. Go ahead and activate that real quick. And health gate. Wasn't ready for that follow-up. And dead. Man, that move just kind of one-shotted me. Didn't actually realize what was happening there. And she just jumped in and immediately countered me. And she got me. Made it to second phase and then got caught in animation at a bad time. And then just kind of got hit by a random combo.
This is my battle. I can't believe I have to fight in this form. The body of a super weapon but for him.
I was trying to go for a dodge and missed. I don't remember if there's any like items that heal burst or anything. I kind of doubt it because they would feel broken.
I can't believe I have to fight in this form. The body of a super weapon created by my spirit. But for him.
I meant to either block or dodge, I did both. Yeah, this is a case where hard mode enemies having a ton of health becomes a problem. Because she is very good at countering. I think I'll try one more match and then I'll maybe swap out my fixed damage for more defense.
I can't believe I have to fight in this form. The body of a super weapon created by Mother's spirit. But for him.
Go with the guard at the wrong time. I feel like fixed damage is probably worse than I think it is. To a point that it would almost be better if I went crit instead of fixed damage. There is also the argument that I could swap off my skill point thing, but I kind of want to see if I can get every skill.
I can't believe I have to fight in this form. The body of a super weapon created by Mother. But for him.
So there is definitely a pretty substantial defense difference there. Whether it's enough to reduce the amount of hits that I can deal with, I couldn't say. Because I still got hit twice and then was dead.
This is my battle. I can't believe I have to fight in this form. The body of a super weapon created by Mother. But for him.
Oof. That combo is a very weird timing. I think I'm gonna do a pump here. Getting closer. And she got me. But also I have to be right back for a few minutes. Okay, back. So here's kind of my ultimatum for today. If I don't beat the boss by like 9 hours and 15 minutes, then we'll do another stream of this to finish everything up. Also, I think I need to swap off burst because I'm just not getting enough burst attacks to even use it. We're going to go for better reflexes. Because effectively what this will do is, if it makes them easy enough, I'll probably be dealing more burst damage than I would with the burst ability on. Or with the burst spine. So the idea is to basically
This is my battle.
use perfect dodges and perfect blocks to try to get more gauge.
Can't believe I have to fight in this form. The body of a super weapon created by Mother Spirit. But for him.
This immediately feels like I'm getting better just because it's easier to get perfects. And I got caught. Let's go ahead and use a pump. Yeah, that's way quicker. Way too early on that one, though. Yeah, if I landed the counter, it would have been fine. So while it's nice that I get quicker reflexes, if I can't get those combos to activate properly, then it kind of means nothing. And next phase. And she got me. Couldn't quite dodge out of the way of those hits. But this does feel better. And it does feel like I'm getting more burst abilities. Like I was able to use like 3 of them that time as opposed to almost none.
Can't believe I have to fight in this form. The body of a super weapon created by Mother Spirit. But
Way too early. Just gonna do a regular revive there. So let me just do a quick check. Okay, it did keep it.
This is my battle.
I can't believe I have to fight in this form. The body of a super weapon created. But for killing.
It does seem like it's pretty reasonable to get her stamina or her lockdown. I think I do want to start committing to the rule of, if I don't at least get her to the health gate, don't use a pump. Because again, this is supposed to be the easier part of the fight, and then that's when it gets hard.
I can't believe I have to fight in this form. The body of a super weapon created by Mother Spirit. But for killing.
Really wish counter would work. I think I have to hold it like while she's going red. If I hold it too late, it just doesn't work. I tried to do the I didn't get any burst gauge there, and I don't know why. Yes, I'm getting through those pretty well. And next phase. And she got me. I tried to go for a charge like a shield break. And she got me again. And dead. He basically did the perfect follow-up move to avoid that and also kill me. There is definitely...
This.
It looks like it's saving my burst gauge, so I think it's saving my items used.
I can't believe I have to fight in this form. The body of a super weapon created by Mother Spirit. But for him.
Off to a good start so far. And next phase. And big stab. And she got me. Wasn't quite ready for that combo. Managed to land that. And she got me again. I think I just let up my guard there at all the exact wrong times. And that was a bad time to leap in. That was probably the best attempt so far. Again, I think my cutoff point is still going to be 9:15 if I'm not through it then, because I feel like the final fights will take as long as this, if not longer, so I don't want to be going for like 12 hours to get the two endings.
I can't believe I have to fight in this form. The body of a super weapon created by Mother Spirit. But for him.
This is going good so far. I hit the wrong ability. And next phase. And she got me again. I've completely lost the timing on that combo. And big stab. Oof. Let's do this. I think I just won. And we got her.
You did it, Eve. Well done. Why are you hesitating? Because we were comrades? Or because I'm human like you? Except you don't believe we're human.
Your mainframe's nerve fibers and exospine have all been severed. So now, you won't be able to fight. You've taken so much from me. In exchange, I'll allow you to witness the end. In that state.
What? What do you think you're doing? Who do you think you are? You don't know anything. Kill me. Go ahead and kill me. I wouldn't be your first.
Lily. Let's go.
Eve! Stop right there! Finish this! Eve! Eve!
Okay. Well, relatively speaking, I don't know how long the final two endings are going to be. But we are past the cutoff point that I wanted to do. I think my plan is I'm going to see how much skill points I got from that fight. I might rearrange all my skills to get the trophy pop and then call it a day. Because then the last 3 trophies I have left are fight all enemy types, which would be the final boss, who I haven't fought yet. And then just beat the 2 endings. And then beat either ending on New Game Plus mode, which we're already doing. It's a bit weird that I can't skip any of these. Because I don't know how long each ending is going to be, which is kind of what the problem is. But I know I probably want to take off my experience gear once I get to the camp, because I can't use it anymore.
It makes me wonder, is this how real life is born after all?
Isn't the Elder at the end of this path?
I did get over 6 skill points. So that might mean that I actually got everything for the ability I need, like just barely. Don't think there's anything else I need in this area.
This place, it's too quiet, but it's strangely peaceful. The Elder must already know that we're here. It's watching us. From where, I don't know.
I will say I did kind of hope that I was gonna not make it this far, just so I would have at least a couple hours left of the game. I mean, it still could turn into a couple hours. I don't know how well these fights are gonna go. But the big thing is I need to make a cloud save here, so I'm gonna need to go AFK for a few minutes anyway, but I think I would rather just call it. And then do the cloud save on my own, and then come back to it another day just to finish it out in like an hour. So did we get it? No, because I needed 2. Okay, never mind. I was looking at the bottom one, I thought I had a 6 on it. And there it is. We got every ability. So there's only 2 New Game Plus trophies, and that is one of them. The other one is just beat the game on New Game Plus. I'm only going up by like 10 damage on those. That feels kind of bad. I didn't get enough drone modules to upgrade that though.
There's a camp in the nest as well.
Raven probably set it up. I suspect it hasn't been used since you met the Elder, and changed.
Thank goodness it's working.
Yes. I'm also getting the feeling that it's our last camp.
So with that, I think I'm gonna call it here. Off stream, I'm going to make a cloud save so that I'm ready to get both endings, And then I'll do one day where I just do a really short stream of this. So let's use on raid. I didn't see anybody on in the Discord in a quick glance, and nothing that really catches my eye. So I think I'm just gonna call it there. So yeah, next time I play this, I'll basically just finish up the 2 endings, and that'll be the Platinum Trophy, and then we'll be done. With that, thanks for hanging out, have a good one, and bye-bye.